7th, 2021 City Commission meeting. At this time, we ask everyone to stand with us for our pledge and invocation. I'm going to ask Chief Shaw if he can lead us in the pledge. Please join in the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic from which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Mowbray, if you can lead us in the invocation.
Yes, sir. Father, we thank you once again for your loving kindness and for the multitude of your tender mercy. God, we thank you because you've been so good towards us in the midst of it all and through it all. We pray, God, that you will bless us now as they come together to share this session. God, you know what needs to be done. Do it, I pray, according to your will. God, bless our minds and hearts. Give us what we need now. And we'll praise you forevermore. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner McCaskill. Here. Commissioner Borum.
Present.
Commissioner Campbell.
Present.
Mayor Hill.
Here.
Noted for the record that Commissioner Jones is not present, but will join the meeting shortly. He's and also for the record, I've been notified he's at work.
We have a quorum. 4 of our members currently present. Next up is approval of our minutes from the May 13th meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to recognitions and presentations at this time. We've got a couple in place. So we have Student of the Month for May 2021. Commissioner McCaskill, we're going to ask you to stand in for Commissioner Jones on this one. So I know there may be some students that are present today. There were some questions about whether we had students that would be present or not. So I don't know if we have any students in the hall that are present, but we'll go ahead and move forward with our Student of the Month. And so please be forewarned that I will mess up at least 3 names every month. So blame it on my head and not my heart. So here we are, Student of the Month. First up, Brown and Pierce Elementary School, 5th grade, Ariana Schaefer. Give her a round of applause. Next up, CL Overturf Junior, 6th grade center, Michael Brown. Children's Reading Center Charter School, Madeline Price. E.H. Miller School, Laura Davis. James A. Long Elementary School, Ashton Drescher. Jenkins Middle School, Shania Alford. Kelly Smith Elementary School, Krishan Oxendine. Mellon Elementary School, Shalisa Roberts, 5th grader. Mosley Elementary School, Alira Seymour. I guess they got confused at Palatka High School. My nephews, Javon Williams and John Williams. Big star that says twins. Penile Baptist Academy, Matthew Comer. Putnam Academy of Arts and Sciences, Jathan Murrow. Putnam Edge High School, Jasmine Brown. Again, this concludes our Student of the Month celebration for May 2021. Commissioner McCaskill, any words of encouragement for our young people?
Just want to tell the students that we are so proud of the work that you're doing and being role models during these hard times. I like to tell my students that you can do hard things. So congratulations and continue to do well.
Thank you. And as always, we want to recognize all of our educators who are on Zoom with us. We want to thank you for your hard work during the school year, for all that you've put into our students, and for your commitment to everyone. And so again, you oftentimes don't hear thank you enough, but we want to make sure that we let you know that we really appreciate everything you do for our students. So let's give it up for our educators. And also to our parents and all the extended family members that are watching, that have poured into all of these young people. We just want to thank you because it takes a village to raise a child. Let's give them a round of applause. And finally, to our students who are counting down the end of the school year, you survived cyber learning once again. In the third grade, we started every day out the same way. It's now 40 years later. And we started every day out in Miss Green's third grade class at Mosley Elementary by saying, I am somebody. If my mind can conceive it and my heart can believe it, I know I can achieve it because I am somebody. You guys are somebody special. You're wonderful. We love you. We are just so proud of the work that you're doing in school. And we look forward to you being the leaders of this community for tomorrow. So keep up the good work and continue to put education first. So let's give a round of applause to all our students. Next up, proclamation for Memorial Day, May 31st, 2021. Commander, you come forward. Yes, sir, that's fine.
The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas Memorial Day is a patriotic holiday in the United States and that is celebrated on the last Monday in May. And whereas Memorial Day, originally called Decoration Day, was first observed in 1868 to honor the servicemen who had fallen in the Civil War. Whereas Memorial Day, which was declared a national holiday by an act of Congress in 1971, now honors all servicemen and women who paid the ultimate sacrifice in every war that the United States has entered. And whereas we now designate this day to remember our loved ones who have passed on, as well as remembering our servicemen and women. And whereas this day is commemorated with parades and memorial dedications and by decorating grave sites with flowers and flags. Now, therefore, I, Terrell L. Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby endorse and proclaim May 31st, 2021 as Memorial Day, and urge our citizens to remember the servicemen and women who sacrificed their lives for our country. In witness whereof, I have hereunto caused my hand to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palatka this 27th day of May in the year of our Lord 2021.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Commander, we want to thank you for all the work that you do over at Post 45, and we definitely want to make sure we pay homage to our veterans. Let's give them a round of applause and touch that. He's like, I'm not taking pictures today. We have any other veterans in the audience with us today as well? We want to make sure we salute all our veterans as well. Any other veterans present, we just want to thank you for our service. If you can, just wave your hand for us. Next up is our proclamation for Juneteenth. Ms. Pamela Brown from African American Cultural Arts Council, Ms. LaFar Davis, who's also here for the Juneteenth celebration. Would you please come forward at this time? If you have any other members of your organizations that you want to bring forward, you may also do so as well. Commissioner Campbell, could you please join them? Thank you, sir. So, If you can, kind of turn and face the audience. I forgot to tell Commander. Okay.
Whereas the Emancipation Proclamation was formally issued on January 1, 1863, declaring that enslaved Africans in the Confederate States of America were to be freed. And whereas the news of the issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation was not immediately delivered to the most remote areas of the Confederate States of America, and whereas news of the abolition of the enslavement of Africans was not delivered to the Confederate States until after the conclusion of the American Civil War, and whereas all of the Confederate States received news of the end of enslavement of the African people on June 19th, 1865, and whereas June 19th, Juneteenth, a linguistic blend of the words June and 19th, was adopted to commemorate this historical and pivotal date in the American history. And whereas beginning on January 1st, 1980, several states and municipal governments in the United States have declared June 19th a legal holiday. And whereas June 19th, Juneteenth is celebrated nationally and internationally to recognize the end of enslavement of Africans in the United States and to celebrate the culture and achievements of the African Americans. Whereas June 19th, Juneteenth was made an official holiday of this in the city of Palatka in 2020 to provide all city residents an opportunity to learn, reflect, and celebrate the rights, privileges, culture, achievements, sacrifices of African Americans in and to the city of Palatka and to this country. Whereas today, millions of Americans of all races, creeds, religions, and ethnic backgrounds celebrate Juneteenth, which not only celebrates freedom, but also acknowledges the achievements of African Americans. And as celebrations continue to spread, we can all be reminded of the oft repeated maxim, until all are free, none are free, that highlights the manner of the end of the slavery in the United States. Now, therefore, I, Terrell L. Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, hereby declare June 19th, 2021 as Juneteenth, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palatka this 27th day of May in the year of our Lord, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Let's give a round of applause for Juneteenth. Any comments from either the Cultural Arts Council and also the Juneteenth celebration? I know there were flyers. You can pass those flyers out if you want to.
Good evening. My name is Pamela Brown. Good evening. My name is Pamela Brown, and I am here to represent the African American Cultural Arts Council of Putnam County. Our president is Mrs. Kathy Wright. She could not be here with us this evening, so I am representing the organization. And as we promote cultural awareness, education, and recreation through civic projects in our community, just as we have LaFar Davis here with us today as the sponsor of the Juneteenth event, we, the African American Cultural Arts Council, would like to support and to help be sponsors for this event. So we have LaFar here, and she will tell you more about the event that's happening on June 19th.
So on June 19, 2021, I had the vision to do a celebration in honor of the emancipation of those who were enslaved in the United States. So with the help and voluntary support from our community who volunteered to support through sponsorships, vendors, entertainment, we are putting on a celebration to highlight all businesses, entrepreneurs, and authors of all ages. It's a free community cultural event that everybody is welcome, all ages. There's a lineup of entertainment. We ask that the community come out and just support, shop, and just have a good time while we are celebrating this big monumentous occasion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, while we talk about Juneteenth, we'd be remiss not to let you know that the Juneteenth is also a city holiday in Palatka. Last year, this commission took the steps necessary to make Juneteenth a city holiday. If you've been following the legislative sessions this year, May 20th is also another date that has become very well known throughout the state of Florida. It was the date of which the announcement of the end of slavery was made in Florida. And so the legislature has had before it a House bill which deals specifically with making May 20th a date as well. Senator Bracy was the leader in that and sponsoring that bill, and it's gained significant traction throughout this session. And I don't think it'll be very long before May 20th becomes a state holiday as well. And so I think, as the proclamation says, until we begin to celebrate freedom of all, we can't celebrate freedom of any. And in America today, it's a great opportunity for us to celebrate just what the creed says. And as long as we continue to live our creed, then this community and this country will be a much better place. So again, thank you to everyone for Juneteenth. Also, the A. Philip Randolph Museum is having a celebration over in Crescent City as well on the same day. So there are a lot of events throughout the community for Juneteenth. And so we just want to thank every organization for the work that they're doing with the Juneteenth celebration. So from May to July, it creates some of the greatest opportunities in this country to begin to celebrate freedom and to begin to celebrate people. And so I'm always excited for that 2-month period when we can truly start to talk about what America is to be. Next up is Father's Day.
Hold on, Mayor. They just wanted to know the location of the Juneteenth celebration.
I'm sorry, the celebration will take place at the Calvary Missionary Baptist Church Family Life Center. It's 1414 Bronson Street.
Okay,
Again, that's 1414 Bronson Street.
thank
That's
you.
from 12 to 4 p.m. And
So-
it's free, so please come support.
Thank
12,
you.
for those who couldn't hear, 12 to 4 at the 1414 Bronson Street Family Life Center in Palatka. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Jones is here. Next up is Father's Day. Right on time, Commissioner. The proclamation reads as follows.
Whereas it is important for our community to celebrate the unique bond between father and child and to honor the dedication to family and to the community that fathers exemplify as they raise their children. Whereas with fatherhood comes great responsibility, as fathers are a major influence in their child's upbringing and are instrumental in helping their children reach their full potential. And whereas our community pays special tribute to fathers serving overseas in the armed forces who will not be able to share this Father's Day with their families. And whereas our community recognizes individual faith-based and community organizations that celebrate and promote responsible fatherhood, and the many volunteers who help the men be dads and husbands their children and spouses need and deserve. And whereas we honor these role models, fathers, stepfathers, grandfathers, uncles, and other father figures for being our everyday heroes in their children's lives. And whereas fatherhood is a year-round daily occupation, which our community has commemorated for decades in honor of the personal and professional sacrifices made by fathers for the love of their children. Now, therefore, I, Terrell L. Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, hereby endorse and proclaim June 20th, 2021 as Father's Day and urge our citizens to express their love and reverence for the fathers in our community. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palatka this 27th day of May in the year of our Lord, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second by Commissioner Jones. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. We've got some special fathers. We sent a survey out. We got some special fathers from the city of Palatka that we want to make sure we recognize from city staff. And that's Captain Matt Newcomb, David Green, Daniel Nicholson, Justin Bridges, Chief Shaw, Marcus Wilson, and John Yule. They were doing a tally on the fathers with the most kids, and Chief Shaw was in the running. So we want to make sure we recognize you. So if any of you gentlemen are here, we want to give you a proclamation. Honorable mention goes to Commissioner Jones. Again, thank you, gentlemen. Make sure Commissioner Jones gets one of those proclamations as well. He was tied with Chief Shaw. Next up is our presentation of the Nehemiah Project Recovery Point. It's always good to see you. Go to the mic.
Mayor and Commissioners, it's an honor and privilege to be here in the great city of Palatka, where I was born and raised. And so my name is Jeremy. I am a person in long-term recovery. What that means, what recovery means for me is today I get to be a father. I get to be a productive member of society. I get to be a husband to my wife, and today I get to be a pastor. I get to be a leader. 12 years ago, it wasn't that way. I was a thief. I was a crook. I was a menace to society, but I was radically saved by the Lord Jesus Christ. And we're going through Putnam County Drug Court in 2009. It opened up another avenue for me, and I got to find out what recovery was. And my wife, she's in recovery as well. We began going into the, we started Celebrate Recovery in 2014, which is a faith-based Christ-centered recovery program. About 2016, we started going to the Putnam County Jail and just seeing the men and women week after week that were in there. I mean, these were men I was doing time with 20 years ago. They, in and out. Why? Because they didn't have anywhere to go. It's Palatka, and unfortunately, we're a little bit behind in that area, but God's making a way. So he began to put this vision of a transitional house. And last year, we opened that thing up by the grace of God. And today it's full. The men's side is full. We have 3 women. It's almost full. We hold up to 5 men and 5 women. We want to build a bigger building. Okay, we have the property. We need the community's help and support. Okay, the first thing we can do is just get the word out. I know everybody's drove by there, by Life Church, by McDonald's, and seen the sign. All right, there's a meeting going on there right now. Any time of the day you can come through that place, and there's people there to meet you at the door with love, no matter what you look like, where you come from. And so, we're just basically coming here today just to share a little bit about what we do. I don't want to take up too much time. We do have, we're looking at working with the Putnam County School District on a recovery school, which I think will be taking off this upcoming school year. And it'll be a great way to reach those children that are problem children. They don't want to be problem children, but maybe it's the home they're raised in, but we look at opening that this year. Just so many things that's going on. And if you don't know, you don't know. A lot of the families we work with, they just don't know where to find help. One of the things we do is we send people to detox and rehab. And almost every day someone comes up there looking for help. And we almost always have to send them out of town. But that's not a big deal because there is places that are taking people right now. So I want to let my wife show a bit. She's a bit smarter than me. But we want you to know that we're here in this community, and this is a nonprofit 501c3. Nobody's getting paid. We use peers to work with people struggling with substance use, and that's the best way to do it. When we go into the jail, people can relate to me and my wife. Why? Because we've been in there. We've both been to prison. We've lived that life, and now we've come out on the other side, and it's very, very effective. Now I've known pastors that went in the jail and it wasn't effective because they hadn't lived that life. But the way I see it, God pulled me out of this for a reason, because 10 years ago I was a nobody. All right, today, by the grace of God, I'm able to lead men and women up out of that hell that addiction comes with it. And you'd be surprised at the people that struggle with substance abuse. that you don't even know. You don't know, but it happens to all of us. It can happen to anyone. So we want you to know that we're here. We're right here in Palatka, and we'll do whatever it takes. If you have we have some brochures and literature. Chief Shaw, I have some cards I'd like to give you that if you can put them on the patrol cars when your guys are out at calls, just so they know, hey, there's a place here for you. If you have a family member struggling, let us know. That's what we're here for, you know. So that's what we come to present today. And we do need help. We do need financial help. Okay. God's done a lot of things with little. That's what he does. But you know, every little bit helps. And we're just thankful for this commission and the city of Palatka, and for just allowing us to be here. I know you want to say something.
He loves to put me on the spot. My name is Melissa, and I am a woman in long-term recovery. And what that means for me is I also get to be a mother to my 4 boys, which is why my feet are all dirty, because I just came from the ball field to rush here. It means when I go to the jail, I'm not going in handcuffs anymore, and I get to leave when I'm ready to leave, because I'm there to minister, and I'm not there to be punished or corrected. It means that I get to work for a statewide recovery or community organization. It means that I get to bring recovery to my hometown, to a town that Jeremy and I both used to steal from and wreak havoc on, and now we get to bring hope and we get to bring recovery to this community. And I like to use an analogy because a lot of people don't understand addiction, and they don't understand recovery, and they don't understand why people just can't stop. If you really love your kids, if you really love your spouse, if you really love your parents, why do you do the things you do? Why can't you just stop? And I often use the analogy of diabetes. I want you to imagine waking up in a hospital room because you passed out, because you went into diabetic ketoacidosis, where your blood sugar just got too high. And they corrected it, and they got you stabilized, and they said, now go home and don't come back. But they did nothing to teach you how to eat. They did nothing to teach you that it's not just sugar, it's also the carbohydrates that become a sugar within your body. They did nothing to teach you about the pancreas developing the insulin that's needed to break down that sugar. They didn't even give you insulin to treat your diabetes. They just said, don't come back. And that's often how we treat addicts that need recovery. We say, just stop, without teaching about the mind disease, without teaching how to control triggers, without teaching that it's not a moral failure. That today, what I have is a daily reprieve from a chronic disease contingent upon the recovery program that I choose to work daily. At any point in time, if I decide to quit working my program, I'll be just as sick as I was when I entered recovery. And that's what we get to teach people. So it's not just stop doing what you're doing and get better. It's let me teach you. Let me teach you what's going on within your mind, within your body, and what's possible for recovery. And that's what we get to do today. That's what we do with the men and women at Recovery Point. And it's just beautiful watching the process unfold. We have a meeting every Monday night. It's called Celebrate Recovery, and that's open to anyone and everyone. That is for people that have depression. That's people that have codependency. That's people that have trouble coping. And that's what we see with children. Most children that are using substances are not addicts. They're trying to cope. There's no coping being taught in the world anymore. There's no communication being taught in the world anymore. And these kids are out there doing the best they can to make it through life. And so if we can intervene at the point prior to, in psychology, they refer to it as a stop switch being broken in the brain. If we can intervene before that point, then maybe they won't become addicts and we can stop. And that's the hope of the recovery school. But on Mondays, all of you are welcome to come and see the change that's taken place. See people that once were homeless and digging in dumpsters that are now leading others in recovery because they finally found what works. Because recovery does work.
We just need that time on Monday nights. What time do the meetings take place on Monday?
So we have a free dinner, and it's some home Southern cooking at 5:45, and the meeting starts at 7. And we have we have groups for all ages. We have a youth group called The Landing, and the children's group called Celebration Place. And it's just a great thing. Many families have been restored right there on Monday nights, and just getting connected, just having a sense of worth, that I belong, you know. So it's a great thing, and we'd appreciate any support, your prayers, and anything you guys can do for us, and whatever we can do for y'all. If like I say, if you have a need, we want to know about it. We want to help you. So that's all we got. Thank you for,
Any comments from the commission?
Well, I just certainly appreciate you guys for what you're doing for the community. And again, this community is in dire need of the services that you guys are providing. I mean, I think you guys are a key ingredient to what we need here. And again, anything that I can do and the commission can do to help and support, I'm going to contribute. Thank you.
Anyone else from the commission?
I just share the same sentiment as Commissioner Borum, and anything that I can do, I want to be a help. I look forward to starting to attend those meetings with you all, so I can help be boots on the ground and pull whoever in we can, so that we can help make our community better. Okay.
Right. Because you guys, I mean, you guys can reach people that other people may not be able to reach. I mean, you've been there, you've done that. And many times people have those services available. They haven't traveled those roads. They haven't had those experiences. So you guys can really connect with a greater population per se. So again, thanks.
I too echo the same sentiments as the other two commissioners who have spoke. I think it's an opportune time for us as a city to do some kind of partnership of some sorts with you to get your services in the various communities, because it doesn't just happen on the south side. It doesn't just happen on the north side. It happens in everywhere in Palatka. And there's many people that need to know that you are here. We want to make sure, well, I want to make sure that we spread the word and get the word out there so that we can begin to heal our community. Because I know working in the school system, we see the effects of how the home life affects the school life, and anything that I can do to help better our community, I'm willing to do so. So thank you for everything that you do, and you'll definitely hear from me.
Thank you for being a trailblazer. Appreciate it.
So I guess my experience may be a little different than most. I had a family member during the Christmas holidays almost about a year ago. So who was sick. He was sick. He's been addicted for a long time. And he's tried to do everything he could on his own. He's failed multiple times. And so I reached out to Jeremy. Jeremy left his family during the holidays, came to the house, and had an intervention right there. Within days, calling a couple community partners, friends, however we want to call it, between us reaching out and finding resources, him along with Stephanie Wellen, we were able to get him over to a rehab facility, but the closest one that would take him was in Daytona. And he went from Daytona to D-Land, and today he's a graduate of the programs. He's doing well, but I can tell you, I call him and within minutes, he dropped what he was doing and he came. And that's what you need. You know, you need people who understand what's going on. You know, I grew up in the house with a crack addict. And so I understand what those effects are, Commissioner. And at the end of the day, it's real hard for folks who haven't walked that trail to sit and try to tell anybody how to get off of drugs or do anything else. Pastor Ike, we've had conversations about how folks constantly give advice about things that they've never experienced, and just how difficult that is for someone to really heed to that advice. And so, man, we appreciate you for the work that you do, just as we do with you, Pastor Ike. But we just want to, there needs to be more done. There needs to be a conversation about how we start to really allow, where government does more than stand on the sideline and applaud you, but where government begins to partner for us to start and bringing folks together from all different walks of life who can assist in being able to help deal with a real problem in this community, which is drug addiction. It's not just drug addiction, it's gambling addiction, it's sickness all over. And until we become real and understand that it's a true problem in our community, and that we don't need to keep sending people away from home, we need to make sure that home has a way to help provide a cure. And so you also said that you're a nobody, but there's this old song by the Williams Brothers that says, I'm just a nobody, trying to tell everybody about somebody who can save anybody. So you're more than just a nobody. And you are You are a man, you are a martyr. I appreciate you, I applaud you, and the work that Celebrate Recovery is doing. So again, thank you very much.
Mayor, if I may. You brought up a very valid point. And oftentimes we talk about things when they're hot, but when they're not, we tend to forget. So I would like for us as a commission or make the request that we have some kind of task force created that would allow us to address or move forward with bringing these resources together so that we may be able to put them out in our community in a way that's beneficial to those who don't have Facebook, those that may not have social media platforms. So I want us to make sure that this is something that stays in the forefront of our community, knowing that this is something that is very serious within our community.
We can. There's some existing task force that are in place already. We can add to what's there, or we can move forward and create an additional one. And I just think that the best option at this point is to get with people in the community and see where we can create greater partnerships. And so that's going to be the next step. And we're going to lean on you for that information as well, and to guide that ship. And so again, thank you for everything that you do, for your vision, for your courage, and for the work. And thank you is not enough for all the stuff that you've been doing in this community. And we just appreciate you.
All right.
Make it happen. Hey, thank you.
Thank you, much appreciated.
So it's right on point. I mean, we've got folks who employ people from all different walks of life in their businesses, like Pastor Brinson does, the stuff that Mr. Ray does. It's just a matter of us. I think we need to get everybody at one table, because we spend a lot of time getting the same people to the table and getting the same results. We need to get the people who are out there, who are actually out in the pits, making this thing happen. And so that's where we are. Next up is the Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Jones. She's got a special introduction for us today.
And I get to follow the rock stars, right? Thank you. That was awesome.
And you work with the business community, so you've got an opportunity to help us raise necessary funds to move the community forward.
And it is a huge community problem. He is spot on with that. So I'm here tonight for an introduction too, but first I would really like to thank and commend the city of Palatka for the fabulous job hosting the recent Wolfson event. That's a great event for our community, and y'all understand the impact of the 3 tournaments and the over 800 anglers that pour in here. But the challenges it brings with residents and traffic and getting 400 boats and trailers in the water really takes a lot of hands-on coordination by a lot of city employees. Chief Shaw and the Palatka Police Department were awesome. The corner, I can't even describe to you what happens down there, but they do a great job of keeping everybody safe, residents and our visitors. And so I just really want to make sure y'all know what a great job, and I know you do, that all your employees do, and what a great reflection it is for our city. We get compliments from the coordinators of that event every year. So thank you very much. But tonight I really wanted to bring a special guest. It's your chamber's new Vice President for Economic Development, and I just wanted him to come and meet you. We will certainly be back on the agenda and bring you more information in the future. But tonight I just wanted to steal a few minutes in public comments to have him come forward. So Sam Ruiz.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dana. Good evening. It's a true blessing to be in front of you here and to look forward to all the great things that our community has to offer and has to come. So know that I'm working for you, and I will work tirelessly to continue the good work and continue to motivate others to do the same. So it's an honor to be here and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. Next up is public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action will be taken on topics of discussion. Those of you who are here who want to speak during public comment, there are yellow speakers cards in the back of the room. Please fill those out for me. Commissioner Campbell, can you keep the timer for us today? And so those who are in Cyberland, you can go to the YouTube chat function. You can leave your comments there. Or you can dial 386-329-0100, extension 0. And we will take your call live. Again, 386-329-0100. First up, Mr. Zenny Best.
Good afternoon,
As-
everyone.
As you come forward, make sure you give your name and address. I'm sorry,
My
Mr.
name
Best.
is Zenny Best. I live at 200 Hayes Drive, Interlachen, Florida. I'm here today to ask another for some help. Our mental health clubhouse is in need of some transportation. The mentally ill can't get to the center. I have a bus license, so that big part is done. We need some kind of vehicle to get us back and forth from the clubhouse to back home, from the doctor's appointments back home. Stuart Marchman has been in Florida, a great company, but where I come from, there is no company. It's the government that covers the people and takes care of the people that pay tax dollars to the government. I'm standing before you this afternoon begging you to give us the ability to get the sick people the help they need. With a mental illness, you will stay by yourself. You will stay in the house. You will stay in the woods. You will stay on the corner. You will beg for money. This is a beautiful city, a beautiful country. We don't need to have anyone begging for anything because it's here. All you have to do is know how to ask for it. They don't know. Moving right along. The PAL. I am an ex-professional boxer. I boxed in the amateur league, APA. I boxed in the American Boxers Association, the AAU. I fought over the country. I had 24 amateur fights. I lost 4. Young men come to me today. They ask me, how do you do it? How do you do it? Now, from nothing, you can go out, you can use your physical being, God bless you, and you can be an entertainment to our community. We can have Golden Gloves champions. We have champions of the world. They are right here in our community, but they don't know the vehicle. They don't know where to get on. The Police Athletic League. We had the Parks Department. I joined from the Parks Department because the Police Athletic League was a little too strenuous for me. The Park Department. We need help just getting kids to the gym with a strong person like myself to teach them the art of boxing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Best. It's good to see you again, too. Next up, Ms. Vicky Duke. Okay. Eli West. Okay, I got you. I can't read this one. It's Jack. It looks like, is it Jack or Jackie? No, sir, that's okay. Jackie. Oh, this is Jacob Spells. Mr. Spells, you write like me. Come on. And I thought I wrote this. This is where my handwriting is.
Good evening. My name is Jacob Spells. I live at 5019 Creel Avenue. My question is to the city manager. I would like to ask him why was broadbanding in the meeting that was discussed and the governor was here was so in private that none of the people of color could be invited. My time is running, so I need to get an answer or whatever.
Mr. Mayor, you want me to address the citizens that come up? It's up to you.
You can, go ahead.
As I've explained before, if there was a casual conversation about broadband, it was just that, or I didn't hear it. So I've read the paper, and I've seen that people indicated that there was a discussion about broadband. But the extent of the conversation I heard about broadband was basically, it's coming and it's a great thing. And that's about all I have to say about that meeting at this point.
Well, and I think you said also in the other meeting that you didn't hear anything that was discussed. And I can't see how you could sit in a meeting for that length of time, even though the governor found it important to fly down to Palatka just to have breakfast and invite his good old boys. And that was all discussed. I find that hard to believe.
Well, Mr. Spells, with all due respect, you can believe what you like. What I said was the truth. I was invited to a breakfast meeting. There was a casual discussion. I didn't hear any significant discussion about any topic, and that's the fact of it.
So you didn't even hear anything about broadband?
I told you what I heard about broadband.
Well, I think it was disrespectful to the mayor as a lawyer, which you are one. It was disrespectful to him as being the mayor of the city council. I think it was disrespectful to the city council, the city police, because suppose something had happened. And those are the people would have had to have structure in place to protect the government. They wouldn't have come to you. They would have come to the mayor and the city council. So why was it, why did you choose to just look over them and treat them like low-hanging fruit when they're supposed to be your boss, not your boss, you boss them.
10 seconds. Time's up, Mr. Spells.
I can have 2 minutes,
You've had 3.
3?
You've had 3.
I know, I said, can I have 2 minutes more?
No, we're not gonna do any more. We're gonna go to Mr. Vickers
Well,
next.
just let me say one thing, please.
You can wrap it up. Yes, sir. You can wrap up.
I can?
You can wrap up your comments.
Yeah,
Go to the next
okay.
person.
If you guys don't hold this guy here accountable for the lies that he's telling, the things that he's done, everything that was involved with people of color, he's been in front and center. He run the city manager off, he run other ladies off, pressured them in retiring, and I guess they're gonna come after you next. So you guys need to eliminate this guy from his job and get somebody that can do the job. And if you all don't, each one of you need to resign because you're not capable of making decisions and you're just
We're gonna wrap
hanging
it
this
up.
low hanging fruit. Thank you.
All right, appreciate you. Mr. Vickers.
Askew Vickers, 207 North 18th Street. There's a couple of things I want to address. The first is the city attorney. I've called at least 2 or 3 times, never got an answer or reply. And I can't understand why is it I cannot get a reply from the city attorney, but I called, leave my name, number, and everything. Never, out of 3 weeks, I have not got an answer or reply. The next thing, there's a man in the mirror, and all of you are the man in the mirror and the lady in the mirror. Look at yourselves and see what you're doing and what you're not doing. Because as a man in the mirror, there's trust is not given, it's earned. And the thing about it, it takes an instance to mess it up. You can mess up that trust that you have in a person about one decision, bad decision they make. The man in the mirror is watching all of you, what you do and what you don't do. I yield my time back to Mr. Spells.
You all need to do something about it.
Mrs. Spells, you ain't got no more time.
What, didn't he say he gave the rest of my
He
time?
can, but he can't yield unless I feel that you don't have no more time. Your time's up. We're not gonna do that today. We appreciate you. Thank you, sir.
Return a call.
You'd have to ask the city attorney. You can't
She
ask.
said right here.
You can ask her.
I did. When I asked her why I had returned a call after calling, leave my name and address, but name, address, and telephone number. Not one time, more than once.
I did return your call, sir, but I will talk to you after the meeting if you want.
Okay.
My phones have been out of order a couple of times too, but I have received a call.
Out of a whole month?
You said it was 3 weeks.
I said 3 weeks ago. This is another week.
All right. All right. All right, well, so much for that phone call. All right, time's up. Next, anyone else here for public comment? Please fill out a yellow card. Do we have anything in the YouTube chat? Come up.
There's nothing at this time, Mayor.
You can come up with your card. Ms. Grace?
Nicole Grace, 205 North 2nd Street, Palatka, Florida, 32779. I'm with Keep Putnam Beautiful. And April, the entire month of April was a cleanup across the county, which included Palatka. And I just wanted to say thank you to everyone that participated. We had Palatka residents that helped inside the city as well as outside the city. It just depended where they were, and we appreciate all of them. In Palatka, especially on Earth Day, we had a special event at the River Center where we had homeschool students that came, cleaned up along the riverfront, and then came inside to the River Center and had a field trip and then pizza on the roof. It was open to more than homeschoolers, but it was nice to see that we had educational opportunities out there on Earth Day here in the city. So I wanted to say thank you to everyone because I know it's a group effort. It's been a rough year and there's still a lot to be done. So if you have an area you're interested in, we're open to more cleanups, even though we're past our countywide cleanup. There's a lot to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else with a speaker card? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Moving on to the consent agenda. On the consent agenda, we've got adoption of our summer meeting schedule and trim calendar dates, city commission, CRA cancellation of the June 10th and July 8th city commission meetings. That's taken us to our one meeting per month summer schedule, which coincides with our budget workshops. So has everyone had an opportunity to review that schedule?
Motion to, go ahead. Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second by Commissioner Campbell. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Question.
Questions called. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to our regular business presentation and acceptance of the fiscal year 2019-2020 audit and comprehensive annual financial report. Roger Harvey, HCT Certified Public Accountants and Consultants, LLC. And so we've got a representative from HCT on the phone at this time. Let's move forward with our presentation. Ms. Shank.
Mr. Williams and Mr. Scott are on the line. They are from HCT. I don't see Mr. Harvey on here. Mr. Williams or Mr. Scott, can you confirm if Mr. Harvey is with either one of you?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kemar Scott. We're having a little technical difficulty with Mr. Harvey. He'll be joining us in a minute.
Okay, we will come back to you. We're all too familiar with that. We'll move the agenda. And at this time, we will go to item number 7, which is adopt resolution number 2021 R63, authorize execution of a continuous service agreement and work order 20-01 for the new public works facility and Pastoral Associates in an amount not to exceed $158,704 for design bridging documents and bidding assistance.
Mayor, Commissioners, as you're aware, last time this was before you, you passed a resolution to move forward with airport property off of PRC Way. Generally, it is at the end of the old runway extension that is off of the airfield property. This property was identified for surplus on the FAA master plan. Passero and Associates was ranked #1 respondent on the city's most recent request for qualifications for architectural continuing services. And we do have 2 representatives here, Justin Bollenweider and Matt Singletary. They have a short presentation. They want to go through the proposed schedule associated with the scope and fee and can answer any questions.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thanks everyone for having us here. Pull up the presentation. So yeah, we just want to take a minute to pretty much go through what our scope of services is for the proposed scope for the project. Okay. So yeah, just to kind of get right into it, our professional design services that we're proposing to help the city with out on this project starts off with some of the upfront work required associated with the property and with the site. If you want to go to the next slide. Okay, thank you. So this is just that was a project sketch of the side of the airport that Jonathan was just describing and that you have all seen before. That's the 14.6 acre parcel. Yeah, just go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So some of the design services that we are proposing to help the city coordinate, as I mentioned, include some of the upfront work of the property and the site. So one that isn't part of every project, the FAA land release. So that is because the property is currently part of the airport. And in order to use the site for a non-aeronautical use, you have to go through a process with the FAA where they officially approve that use. So that's what that process is, and we'll help coordinate that. And then also some of the typical site investigation related items such as a topographical survey and geotechnical soils investigation are required for design of the site. And then also some assessment, environmentally speaking, to make sure there's not environmental mitigation required. But the main thing we want to talk to you about to kind of explain that's a little different than normal is the delivery method of the project. And that's where I'll turn it over to Justin. That's the term bridging documents that you see there.
So this project, I don't know if Jonathan has explained it in the past, but it was proposed as a design build, and bridging is essentially a form of design build. It kind of bridges the gap between design build, traditional design build, and design bid build. So what you do with the bridging documents is rather than your 30% schematic drawings and design criteria, you take it to a level where you control everything that's seen and touched. So the client, you guys can control what's within that building. It functions the way you want. You take some of that away from the contractor so they can't put anything out there, to your budget. So that's well defined, and it leaves the items that maybe, are not as important. You need heat to the building or air conditioning. But you don't care how it happens. You just know you want it. So some of those items are left a little bit less defined. So that gives an opportunity for the contractor to come in and do what he's best at to provide the most economical solution for the project. So if you go to the next slide, just kind of a quick graphic on the difference between design build and traditional. The big benefit of design build and the same with bridging is you get the contractor involved early on, you get a cost early, and so you know what you're going into without the long delay of getting the design completed and out to bid. Next slide. So that this kind of just roughly graphs the level of development for a bridging document versus a design build project, where design build might be a 30% schematic across the board. this year very heavily defining the architectural, what you see and touch and how the building's going to function and work. And then you kind of tailor off after that. Design's about 50%, and then the schematics are enough to get pricing, but it leaves some room for the contractor to do what they're good at. And then you can go to the next one. A rough schedule, assuming we get approved today to go forward with this project, we'd start right away next week with all the site investigations, the land release and that whole process, programming with the city and Jonathan and their crew to make sure the building's properly programmed, and then start the schematic design process. We'll be back in around October with the results of the solicitation with a recommendation to award a contractor at that point to do the design build, and somewhere around summer, June next year, completion of construction. And then, just we're looking for, your action on, to pass the work order tonight and the resolution to move forward. Any questions you guys
Any
have? for us?
questions from the commission?
Well, my only question is that we're revisiting this, the building and the cost, and looking at the cost, which was 3.4 million, which we didn't have that price tag last time, from what I understood. It was to be pushed from 1.5, by 1.5 up to maybe 2 mil. So where's the other 1.4 coming from? And I need to understand that piece.
So 3.4 is the amount that we estimated, Commissioner, and we have included in the budget for 2 years now, debt service sufficient to cover that capital construction cost.
The initial deal was 1.5 up to 2. That's what I believe that we agreed on the last time. I don't know if everybody else heard the same thing, or saw the same thing, but it was all written. So that's what I understood. So I'm just trying to understand where is the other 1.4 tagged on and why.
I think the confusion is you had two different things that were out there. You had the acquisition. We were looking at acquisition of a piece of property, and that was the buildings that were behind the airport. And the conversation on those buildings was that we would acquire those buildings and that there would be a bid put in up to 1.5 on those buildings, because that was the asking price at the time for the buildings. And what was the name of that facility?
It's the old CDR facility.
CDR. And they had the two giant warehouses there, and the 1.5 was what was put in place to deal with that facility under the circumstances that were put out there. After we decided that we were not going to do the PRC building, and just for the record, the 7220 PRC Way is the OPRC building. So that's incorrect as it relates to this particular project. But after we decided not to do that project, then the scope of this project went up to the 3.4, because it was totally different than taking an existing building of 42,000 square feet. The other part of it is that if you recall, when we were discussing the options during the conversations concerning PRC Way, there was a calculation put in place of what each independent building would cost for public works, for a new police department, and for a new city hall. And those numbers were like 13.4 million. And so they were all broken out in that, but it's been multiple conversations, and that may be where there's a bit of a disconnect.
I just need to be able to try to digest the other 1.4. I just need to understand and look back at some of the stuff. So I was stuck on the 1.5 to 2.
And that was on the acquisition piece when we were talking about looking at those already built sites.
I was looking at total cost, because we were going to acquire the building. I think the building was, they was making a negotiation around the price of the building, but I don't want to get into the details around that, but that's what's in my recollection. So that's what I have.
I recall you making the motion for a total cost of 1.5 when we were discussing that building. That included the upgrades that were proposed at that time. Commissioner Jones, you got something?
kind of on the line with Commissioner Bourne. I didn't think that we were going to spend that kind of money constructing a building. And the reason being, the conversations that we had recently about the employees getting more money on how we could keep employees. Just talking to some of the employees and their concerns about not making enough money. And I can't see us spending money to have a building that we can't get employees to stay in. It'll make a lot of sense at this time. So I know those discussions happened, and there was a lot of discussion happened prior to us going through this pandemic. But I don't have enough of this information that what transpired as far as I think one time it was $4.3 million we talked about. And then I agree with Commissioner Bourne about the cap that was set on it. And at this point now, it seems like another 1.5 million. And I would just like to have an explanation of the total cost of what we're talking about before moving forward when we have a situation where we're talking about paying our sanitation workers and things of that nature. That's my take on it.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I can give a little bit more background. Commissioner Borum, you are correct. We have talked about a number of scenarios. There was a scenario where the commission authorized staff to make an offer on an existing building known as the CDR facility. Unfortunately, and still fortunately, someone in the private sector made an offer on that building, beat us to it, but it stays on the tax rolls and it should be a productive asset for the city. Since then, we had to kind of reassess and look at all the options, and you know, better than most, because you've been here through all the options, have seen them all. I think we've probably done more than 10, just by my count, evaluations of different sites. The 3.4 is based upon what we estimate via input from the architects, via what we did with the original analysis of the different sites using construction means estimator. We have to go in and do full site development. We're not going to get lucky on this one and buy an existing facility that's going to meet our needs. We have to go in and do the initial site investigation, the permitting, and ground up construction. We believe 3.4 million is going to be sufficient, but we are seeing a lot of increases in costs, specifically in construction. Now with this facility, we've got, I believe in total, somewhere around 4,000 square foot heated and cooled proposed, another 4,000 square foot in warehouse, and another 10,000 square foot in garage / equipment storage space. We do have the ability to scale, and there will be opportunities to come back before you as we get close to that 75 or 80% mark in design, as Justin explained. We believe that it's time to move forward on this project. The working conditions out at Public Works at 1010 Ocean Street are deplorable. I myself was there for 3 years, and it's pretty bad. It's time to move forward on this project. I will tell you, and you'll see in more detail when we get into the budget workshops, this has been budgeted as far as a debt service payment for the last 2 years. On top of that, all the enterprise funds are fairly healthy. They're headed in the right direction. You, the commissioners, the mayor, have set this on the right course. We're putting money aside in capital outlay. We have healthy reserves. And I think you're going to be able to make some good decisions underneath staff reports tonight, or give us some good direction to take the wage discussion in the right direction too. So I hope that provides you some reassurance that we need to move forward on this project, and then we should have adequate funding to address the other as well.
And then the other point was that it's at 4.2% interest. That's pretty high for that amount of money. We couldn't get a lower rate.
It's quite possible. I know Ms. Shank has reached out to Jeremy from PFM. I don't know if he's given you any indication of rates currently.
We need to be looking down. We need to be looking at some better rates. 4.2, that sounds like bad credit, and we got pretty decent credit. We've been built over the last few years.
Once we actually put that out, Jeremy will be able to further give us rates as well as discuss banking options. But until we get to that point of approval, letting him know, yes, our commission has said we would like to proceed, that's when we would do that step.
Any other comments from the commission? So in closing, when we look at the price of this project, the price has gone up over the years. There were opportunities before to acquire buildings and do a lot more with the same type numbers. The reality of it is this: 5 years ago, we made a commitment to Public Works that we were going to do something to give better working conditions, and I just think we've kicked the can down the road far enough that at some point somebody's got to pull the trigger, and we move further. The prices for construction at this point are astronomical, and I don't know if they're going to ever come down. And we can sit here and talk about it today, and it was $3.5 million is what we were estimating with the PRC building as we phased in certain things, which would have included, other departments moving into the building, including police and public and administration. Now we're at 3 point. We decided that we wanted to do them separately, and the price is different. And we live with the decisions we made. And I think at some point, we've got to provide better working conditions and more money. The question I asked Mr. Griffith earlier was, will we be able to deal with the wage issues as we begin to start to look at those later on? And how does this building factor into that? And he was pretty confident in the conversation that, that one wouldn't really affect the other. I think if anything else, it may create great opportunities. And so with that being in place, I think the beauty of a project such as this is you have the ability to scale it. You got ability to phase it. You can do whatever you choose to do because you're setting the parameters of the project. But at the end of the day, that hodgepodge of buildings that you have are still in the neighborhood. People are still coming in there under horrible working conditions, and the money is low and the morale is getting lower. So you got to address the building at the same time that we build up the people. And, I think at the end of the day, nobody deserves to continually keep coming to work, and we keep kicking that can down the road, and we expect to get 110% out of them. And all we've done is push a promise 5 years out. And we need to be able to make sure that everybody that works for the city of Palatka is getting a livable wage and a competitive wage. And so that's the conversation. Go ahead. Anybody has any comments?
Well, Brother Mayor, to reiterate what I said in the beginning, if it was me, and I'm speaking maybe out of turn on the employees, but I know I've been hearing it before I even sat in the seat about the wages. And I think that if you ask any of those employees that are working down to the city lot, they would be more in favor of getting money in their pocket than coming to a nice facility to work. And I think that if we give them more money, as we can afford it, that would take precedence of them taking care of their families before we put money in that building out there at the PRC facility. And also, when we're taking away from the airport property, are we thinking about the future? Are we thinking about our airport expanding at all? We're going to take away some of that possibility. So as we grow, we probably would need some of that space out there. I would also like to see the cost factor in comparison of we may be doing a build or repairing our buildings that we have at Public Works facility down on 11th Street.
You can't repair those buildings.
Again, we could talk about it, but sometimes you got to show us. And I think the people, we've got to be good stewards of the public money. So again, I was against it to begin with, and I'm telling you the reasons why I'm against it now. I think our employees need to be taken care of. We can't hardly, the citizens of our town is suffering because we can't get the sanitation workers to come to work because of low wages. So we need to address it. And you're talking about kicking the can down the street. I think that's this is just my opinion. I think that's one of the things we have to address.
Well, since you addressed my comment, I'll address it by saying this. You can't make the assumption that by building a public works facility that there's not enough money in the budget to compensate employees properly. The two are, while the two happen to be based on the same subject matter of the department, then it's not just public works, it's police, it's fire, it's water, it's everywhere. And so I think when we talk enterprise fund in particular, the enterprise fund is by far the healthiest fund that we have. And if there's anywhere that you can upgrade facilities without it creating a budget issue, you got 6 opportunities to take money in small increments and do what's necessary and still have enough money out there that you can start to look at the compensation packages and create something that's going to be valuable. Hell, if you talk to people that work in public works, they don't want to go to the bathroom down the street just as much as they want to make sure they got money in their pocket. They want both to be right. And I think that's what it really boils down to. And those are the conversations we've had for a number of years. I'm not going to get into a whole lot of it, but I think understanding what the fund has is really critical to determining if, one, there's enough resources to build a new facility, which I don't think there's a question of whether there's enough resources to build a facility, even at this cost. The question becomes, is the cost the amount that the commission wants to spend to build a new facility? There's no question that you need a new facility. Secondly, the second question gets answered in the last part of this meeting. And I think that there's opportunities as we start to go into budgeting and dealing with all this other stuff that you can deal with both and be successful just because of the health of the fund. And I think that's where it really boils down to. So when we start talking about this budget, this is kind of, I would have thought it would have been a no-brainer, but I guess not.
Well, here again, I was all for it. I led the charge last time with making the motion to even move forward with getting the our staff new facilities, understanding and knowing what the condition of those facilities were. My only issue was the number had changed significantly from 1.5 to 2 up to 3.4. In addition to that, the 4.2% interest rate. We're passing this on to some of the people who work for the city, and we're already complaining about their low wages, and then we're going to pass on this additional, maybe a tax increase. I think we are in a good place. We said we would move forward with the building. I'm talking about the 1.4. I mean, that's the only problem I have.
Reassured that the funding is there. And again, this is only one step in the road, not saying that it was going to cost that much. But again, staff has reassured us that the funding is there. And again, I don't think no one that sits on this commission doesn't take in consideration with our sanitation workers needing that pay increase, definitely. But again, this is a can that we've been kicking down the road. And at this point, we still have to pull the trigger on both. So the conversation is still going to be tough, regardless of how we move forward with it. But again, our workers need a better facility.
That's easy to say while they're here. These guys, $1.4 million at a 4.2% interest rate. Somebody need to.
But it was also
that the interest rate's gonna get shot before you do anything.
That's what I'm
We
saying.
shop interest rates on every loan that comes out.
Well, I'm talking about what's in my packet.
You get stuff in the package all the time where we buy cars, where the interest rate is different from what we finalize. You shop the rate at the end of the day and it has to be approved by the commission.
Understand. That was my concern. And I think I'm voicing it in the correct manner.
You are. So with all that being said, is there any more? Is there any more comments? Hold on, man. You don't hold up 1 second. Any more comments from the commission right now? Tremaine, do me a favor, fill out, once you finish speaking, you can come on up and you can fill out a speaker card when you finish.
Are coming up.
Go to the
I
podium,
just
give your
wanna-
name.
Yeah, come right here. Commissioner Jones, I do want to reassure you, the property is identified on the airport improvement program for surplus. The location of the property is not ideal for airport use. So the FAA has already signed off on, the idea that the city should surplus this property in the near future. So I did want to address that. And Commissioner Borum, the financing package will come back to the commission, and I was desperately trying to find an email from Jeremy from PFM. I believe that he's told us the rates are going to be lower, but I don't want to misspeak. So I'm sure we can look to Jeremy here, very soon and let you know what the market is, doing.
One final. Is it possible to approve the measure and then shop for the rate till, is something that we can, and then we may not be doing all the buildings, all the structures at the same time, to where whatever we're using from those funds from a loan standpoint, that we're not so impacted.
Mr. Mayor, can I speak briefly?
Go ahead.
So if you'll look at the resolution is not now at this point to approve a $4.3 million construction project or 3.4 or any amount. The resolution right now is to approve the design build engineering work in the amount of $158,704. Actually, it's in an amount not to exceed $158,704. In conversations that we had with Passero, the whole idea of styling this form of design was so that it would allow the commission latitude in the final design and the final cost of the project that's being put together. It was contemplated that the project could be done in components. It was contemplated that the project might be done with certain phases built out and certain phases not. It is contemplated that those design parameters will be built into the design that you ultimately, again, will approve. But right now, you're not approving going forward with any build. I understand no one wants to spend an amount of money not to exceed $158,000 if you're not going to go forward to build. But my point simply is, right now, what you're doing is basically approving or considering a design concept and the process of putting it out for a bid. You might end up rejecting all the bids. At some point in time, you might find that the bids just aren't responsive or you don't get the numbers that you're looking for. But right now, this would be the first step to go forward.
Mayor, if I may. Sorry, I know you can't see me. You can't? Can you hear me now? Okay. So I just wanted to note that in talks with Jeremy, we also discussed about refinancing current debt obligations that the city has, in which we could potentially save additional money. And through that process, in my experience with PFM, because I have worked with them in the past, when we put a bond out on the market, you have multiple banks that come back responsive. And so you're able to see what everyone's interest rates are. And at that time, you would be able to choose an award.
Just before we do it, Mr. Watts, you want to come on up? Mr. Tremaine Watts.
Yes, sir. And good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of my job, and I'm speaking on behalf of me and sanitation crew. Yes, sir. But honestly, I understand about trying to build a better facility, but at the end of the day, we do need more because we bust our tail out there every day in the heat, in the snow, thunder, whatever we do, we do. I feel like we deserve more. That'll bring a lot of people down more. If they see us about keeping cans over, we don't do that. But if we made that what we want to make every week, when you got to cash a check and just don't make no money, you're broke the next 2-3 days or whatever. It shouldn't be like that. We want to put back and save and this right there, you know what I mean? And that's a problem. It is. I love my job. I love what I do. I've been here for a long time. I left because of the incident, as Mr. Holmes know that as well. I did, But at the end of the day, we just hope we can get something soon, not on later, you know what I mean? We're dedicated. We want to beautify the city of Palatka, but how can we do this and do that when we not, you know what I mean, feel unappreciated, you know? And that's all. Make a long story short.
And just for clarification, that was a non-work related incident. I wasn't involved.
Good evening. My name is Elijah West, 2208 Diana Drive. I work for the sanitation department now. I started off in the streets department, got my CDLs through the city, became a driver, been driving for a year and a half, almost 2 years now. We knew we need a new facility, but at the same time, I mean, our supervisors we got now don't even be in the one we got because they be out in the field working because we don't got no workers. I drive every kind of garbage truck it is out there. I drive everything from the front loader to the residential, everything. So we need help, but it's the pay. They got big expectations with little compensation at the end of the day. So when you can go to McDonald's and get a job at McDonald's right now, paying $12 an hour, they making more than the guys on the back of the truck. So us drivers, we go into the landfill getting job offers from other companies because they know the city doesn't pay that much. We try to stick it out. We trying to right now. I mean, some days we don't have no drivers. My supervisor got to get on the garbage truck, get on the back of a garbage truck. My big boss got to get out there and get on a garbage truck. I got to get swung around from this truck to that truck, just trying to help reduce the calls coming in. I mean, at the end of the day, we do want more compensation. And that's all it is to it. I mean, a lot of people leaving. Nobody wants to fill out an application. I try to bring in people I know to come in and fill out applications and work, but they just like the money too low. They don't want to do it. They say the benefits, but I mean, at the end of the day, the benefits ain't that great. I mean, they all right, but they ain't that great. So, I mean, I can't speak for nobody else, but I can speak for me. I mean, more money is what we need. We really ain't gonna have nobody down there. I mean, we already scraping the bottom of the barrel right now, trying to keep the people we got. So I just want y'all to think about that.
It's your opportunity, guys. I mean, more than anything else.
I think
So-
Mr. Seymour want to talk.
Hold on a second. Listen, give me 1 second. Let me say this. Everybody who works in public works that's in the back of this room, stand up for me, please. So, man, we appreciate everything that you do. And I think more than anything else, the first goal of this commission is to make sure that we take care of the people who take care of us. Because most people around here would be lost without y'all. That's just the reality of what it is. And so I want to personally say to y'all, and this commission wants to say to you, thank you for what you do. And you are appreciated. Don't ever be confused that you're not. And I can tell you, most people in this room wouldn't last a day on the back of the truck. They wouldn't last a day in the hole when the sewer line breaks. They wouldn't know what to do when the water lines break. And I mean, y'all don't get enough thanks. But what I will say is this. When we got here 6 years ago for Commissioner Borum and Commissioner Campbell and I, we were introduced to a city lot that had deplorable conditions. And I know it doesn't seem like a whole lot today, but most of the guys that worked at the city lot have been there for 10 years and wasn't making $10. You know, we raised at that point, there was basically a $2 an hour increase in pay, and then we created the concept of trying to get everyone to $14 an hour with certain skill sets that were there. As far as pay is concerned, we're going to have a more detailed conversation about pay later on tonight. But I can tell you this, you know, a couple of years ago, the $2 raise was a good raise. The reality is now you can go to McDonald's and make 11 to 13. But if you look behind you at the chief, he's got this, we're having the same conversation with him about police officers. We're having the same conversation with Chief Taylor about firefighters. We're having the same conversation about everybody. There's a whole lot of money floating around America right now through stimulus and everything else. But the reason you get job offers, Eli, at Waste Pro and all those other places is because they can't keep drivers. They've got sign-on bonuses and other retention bonuses out there because you just can't find people who want to work. And so I think the reality of it is this. We're looking for a solution to the problem, not one that's going to be months down the road or years down the road, but a solution that's going to be sustainable. Because at the end of the day, we can't afford to lose you. We don't want to lose you. We don't want you to ever feel unappreciated. And so those are the conversations that's there. And I still stand by the conversation that I had before, which was when we found problems, we wanted to address them. The reason we're having a conversation about a new public works facility, because it was a problem. It was a problem when we had separate storage facilities, for one for sanitation and another for water. It was a problem when people had to leave and go to work, go to the restroom at Wendy's, and wives were coming in and saying, I have to pick my husband up to take him to the bathroom at Wendy's. It was a problem when you could see through the block walls at the facility. It was a problem when you couldn't put internet in. It was a problem when you couldn't do things that would make the job more efficient or even be able to take care of the equipment in the proper way. It's a problem to continually keep running through the neighborhood because one day one of those kids may not see that truck coming. All of those things are problems. There are so many problems that we've got to prioritize when putting them in place. You're all men who work hard, who want to make sure you make a living to be able to take care of your family and sustain in the community that you live in. It ain't lost. It's not lost on any of us. If you hang around for the rest of this conversation, you can make sure that for those of you who haven't had an opportunity to say anything, and Isaac, this might be the first time in my life I ever heard you not be willing to say something, but as much as we talk, you're gonna talk tonight. So we're gonna address the issues and we're not gonna leave out of here until everybody's had an opportunity to have their voice heard. So I will assure you of this. If you speak up, there is no backlash. There is no backlash. Nobody that sits up front wants to do anything against anybody here that's informing us. And I know a lot of times you feel like you become a target, but we're all on the same page on this one. There is no target on anybody's back for speaking up. But if you don't speak up, then you can never complain again in your life. It's like not voting. So you need to speak up as you move forward. Guys, this is about livelihood. This is about what's out there. And it's not just you. We can have every department come in here and have the same conversation. But if you don't speak up, we won't know because we don't run day-to-day operation. The only time we really get to hear what's going on a lot of times is if you approach us or if you come before us. Or if the city manager or other staff decide that they bring it to the commission. But we don't have the opportunity. You know, some of us are around, most of us are around and accessible. We're all accessible. And so we listen. We know what it's like. Don't get it confused. We know exactly what it's like to struggle every day and try to make it. And you got to figure out which bills to pay 100% of. But it shouldn't be that way. So we're trying to make a lot of this stuff work. But not very long ago, we were talking about $9 becoming $11 and 11 becoming 14 and moving forward. And so when it came to us, we made adjustments. We make adjustments accordingly. It's not a rich city and we don't have an overflow of cash, so we can wave a magic wand and make a lot of it work. But we can do what's right. And that's all we can promise you. And so guys, for the first time in a long time, I'm glad to see y'all come out here because we don't know, we don't hear. And I can tell you, man, I applaud you for coming forward and coming forward in groups. Because when we talked about 1 day a week trash collection, there wasn't nobody here. And you got Mr. Chandler and Mr. Ladd, and Mr. McCann, Mr. Bridges, and Red. We got everybody out here trying to speak on your behalf. But sometimes you got to speak for yourself. And so that's what this is about. And so we want to address it. But this particular conversation is strictly about whether we are going to put the resources forward to design the facility and create the bid process and do the site work. That's what this is. That's what this conversation is about. Whether we build it today or tomorrow or 10 years from now, the concept will be in place. And I think at the end of the day, you got to be tired of going in that same little raggedy break room and coming to that facility and dealing with some of that stuff you deal with, as well as you want more money. I don't care what job you're on, you want more money. I want more money because the money we get up here ain't enough. So, but that's where we are. And so this is what the commission is tasked with. And I think if we address the issue of whether we want to move forward with this facility on this conversation, if it's a conversation that the commission wants to table and bring back at another time, you can do all of that. We're not committing to spending 3.4 million right now. What we're committing to is a maximum number on the design of this facility. We're committing to the concept and the site development and moving and at least taking the first step in what's here. If we want to come back and deal with the rest of it, we can. We've got that liberty as it's all put together. And so that's just where I am. And I want to make sure that there is no backlash. Speaking up today is what we want you to do because it gives us information. Mr. Holmes wants that information, just like the commission wants that information, so that we can begin to make assessments and do what's necessary to move this community forward.
And Mr. Mayor, just to note, you said the only way that the commission is able to address issues like this is when it's brought to you. And you will note that under my comments, specifically on the agenda, is discussion concerning public works staff shortages. That item was on the agenda because we met with Ed, Sean, I think Jermaine, a couple of others last week, I believe it was, because of what we were seeing in terms of issues with attendance, staff shortages, and so forth, and made the decision to put this on the agenda tonight for discussion under my comments with regard to specifically not the issue of the design build contract that we're on right now, but specifically under item 10, the issue of public works staff shortages, which plays into compensation and working conditions and everything else. And we encouraged those who were affected to come down and have a voice. So just to make sure that they understand, the issue of staff shortages and wages was not intended to be overlooked today at all. It's on the agenda.
We appreciate you speaking to Mr. Ladd and Mr. Chandler, but sometimes you gotta just come down there and speak to us, because a lot of them won't talk to them. I bring a lot of stuff to their attention. They know me, I'm the one who's gonna speak up for everybody. If something going on and they got a question, I'm gonna go ask them. I sit down in their office and ask them. I mean, I go out in the field, if I see Mr. Campbell, I ask him a question right there. I ask him before about going back to 1 day a week, what to do, how to get it on the agenda, because that's what yeah, I know you did. And because that was a concern of everybody else. Not me, because I'm a driver, so I don't have to get on the back of the truck. But that's why I brought it to his attention. If I see Mr. Hill down there at the city lot, I'll speak to him about stuff. I don't see everybody else.
No, but that's why we encourage y'all to come tonight, because we intended to discuss everything you're talking about. If we can't, as the mayor indicated, this is one piece of a big puzzle, and you'll understand more when we start talking about it. But we knew that there were other things on the table that you might want to talk about, such as straight days instead of hourly, such as once a week pickup. And as a matter of fact, my understanding is we specifically asked that the word be put out that as many of you who are willing to come on down so that your voices could be heard. Because as the mayor indicated, the last time the issue of the the once a week pickup was brought up, there was no one here from sanitation. So this is an opportunity, and it was intended this be an opportunity for all of y'all to have your say. We're not trying to just work through Mr. Chandler or Mr. Ladd or anybody else. We want to hear what you got to say.
Oh my God, for the one day a week pickup
On everything.
We as the sanitation department, we feel like it was done at the wrong time of the year. You done it at the heavy times of the year, Thanksgiving and Christmas. Garbage is gonna be overflowing twice a day a week pickup then. So that's what we felt. It worked out for us, and now that we're understaffed right now, we do think one day a week could be even better instead of burning out the help that we do got. But back to the principle, what I was saying is, coming down there to the public works department yourself, instead of saying, hey, Mr. Ladd, hey, Mr. Chandler, what's going on? And going and speaking with the public works staff themselves and pulling them to the side and say, hey, how's it going? Because there's some stuff they're not gonna tell them.
Okay.
Because they think it's gonna be a backlash to it.
I got a question. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just want to say, I think you're bringing up a very valid point, and I appreciate you and I applaud you for that. And I admire the fact that you're speaking on behalf of your colleagues. But again, I want to piggyback up what the mayor said. I would love to hear if you guys took the time to come out, and for this matter, I would love to hear from as many of you guys as I can. And rest assured that if there is any questions in your mind or that there will be backlash, there will not. And I think that excitement was in the room when we saw all of you in here so that we can hear from you guys. We can't thank you all enough for what you do. And if we were to look at your behaviors when we see you out in the community, we wouldn't even be able to tell that you have issues because you guys do it with a smile, the professionalism, and we thank you all for that. But please, you came and you came for a reason, and we would love to hear from as many of you all as we can.
And again, thank you guys for coming out. In terms of seeing the commission or what have you, how long have you been in on the department or with?
I've been in sanitation for over a year.
Over a year.
But I've been with the city for almost 2.
That may be the reason why you have not seen me, but I've been down in the sanitation area many times, meeting with a number of the employees and different things of that nature. So you may have not seen me within the last year or so, but I have been there quite a bit, and not only just sanitation, but throughout the city.
Yeah, and it's not just sanitation need help. It goes to the streets department too, when they have to make decisions. Are we gonna cut the cemeteries today or the right of ways? It shouldn't be that. So come on, y'all.
So what we're gonna do is this. Just hold on one second. Let's do this. I want to go ahead and before we take action on this item, let me just pass this item for a second so that we can address this along with the concerns for staff shortage. And we'll address this first and then move into staff shortage. But we got HCT on the line. I want to go ahead and get this audit report out the way so that we can dedicate our time to this issue in its entirety. And I know Pastor Ozone, I know you guys have to drive back home, so we're gonna try to deal with it. We'll deal with this particular portion first, and then we'll go into the staff shortages. So, but let me go to Mr. Harvey, who's on the phone. Mr. Harvey, you're back on. Mr. Williams, if you can wake up Mr. Harvey, will be perfect.
Right there. He's right there. Good day, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Roderick Harvey, partner with HCT. HCT is the auditor of record for the city. Also want to say hello to the manager, city attorney, and city clerk. We are here to provide our presentation of the auditor's report for the period ended September 30, 2020. I'm not sure if Mrs. Shank is at the microphone to maybe do any opening comments. So I will yield to Ms. Lauren if she has any opening statements before we delve into our presentation.
Shank.
I just want to say thank you to HCT. This is actually my first audit that I did not have somebody on site. So it was a learning experience for all of us. But I will say that they were very communicative, attentive to our needs. We made sure we had everything uploaded in a timely, secure manner. Because a lot of the things that we upload are confidential as well, because it does go over personnel files. So I just want to say thank you to your entire staff, and I'm excited for the report.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that. And I also have several team members with me, Mr. Thomas and Mr. Scott. And at this time, I will turn for the opening of our presentation to Mr. Scott.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kemar Scott, the senior auditor on the job. You hearing me?
Yeah.
Sir, we hear
Good
you.
evening,
Can we
ladies and
go to
gentlemen. I'm
speaker view?
Kemar Scott, the senior auditor on the job.
Good evening.
Page one.
Yes, Mr. Scott, we can hear you. The presentation is up. We're on page one.
Okay, go to page 2. We are pleased to have the opportunity to meet with you today to discuss the result of our audit of the financial statement of the city of Palatka. As of and for the year ended September 30, 2020. Our audit was conducted in accordance with the terms established in the engagement letter dated April 13, 2020. We have provided this document to enable you to consider our findings, hence enhance the quality of our discussion. We are pleased to elaborate on the matters covered in this document. Our audit is complete and we issue an unmodified or clean opinion on the financial statements of the city of Palatka on May 27, 2020. Next slide. Audit result require communication and other matters summary. Supplementary slide supporting our communication and other matters and responsibilities. And now I'll pass over the next section of the presentation to Mr. Thomas, our manager.
Good evening again, Mayor and members of the commission. We conducted our audit with the scope as we performed in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America and the applicable financial audit contained in GAS, our general auditing standards issued by the Comptroller of the United States. We also added to our scope for a single audit. So with that, we had to look into Title II, U.S. Code of Federal Regulations, Part 200, Uniform Administrative Requirements, Cost Principles, and Audit Requirements of Federal Awards, as well as Chapter 10550, Rules of the Auditor General of the State of Florida. There were no changes to our audit plan or risk assessment from the beginning of our audit till the end. The following are the auditor's reports that we issued in conjunction with the CAFR. We issued the independent auditor's report, the independent auditor's report over internal controls over financial reporting and other compliance matters, independent auditor's report on compliance with each major programs and internal control over those major programs, our schedule of findings and question costs, the independent auditor's report on compliance with requirements of section 218.415 Florida statutes. And that's basically a report describing the investment policy of the city. And lastly, we issued a management letter in accordance with the rules of the Auditor General of the state of Florida. There are no outstanding matters to note, as well as all the significant accounting policies you can find at note 1 of the CAFR. The following are the significant estimates that we documented throughout our audit: the allowance of the doubtful accounts of the accounts receivable, accumulated depreciation of your capital assets, as well as the fair market value of your investments. The following audit risk were noted for all governments. When we start our audit process, we get risk alerts, and these are what bounced out for the FY 2020 audits. Management override of control, and that is if you as the mayor and commission, you set the policies and procedures that the city and its employees are supposed to follow. We're checking to see did anybody overstep those controls, or were there any management overrides of those controls. Also a significant risk would be revenue recognition, meaning when you received the revenue, did you record it in the proper period? Was it last year's revenues? Was this future year's revenue? Or did you record it in the current year as it's supposed to be or not supposed to be? There were no new accounting pronouncements that affected the city for the current year. There were no uncorrected misstatements to note, and as well as all corrections have been made by the city and its staff. And there were no financial statement presentation or disclosure omissions in the CAFR. We did note some deficiencies. We will go over the definition of a deficiency starting on page 14. There were no related party issues that we noted or detected. And this last little portion states that should the city use the CAFR or use any of our reports in the public offering or use our reports in any capacity, we have the right to review what it's being used for, so that we can make sure that the information is accurate. But that is where our duty lies. On this slide, I want to point out a couple of things. The subsequent events note, you will see towards the end of the notes to the financial statements, we did note the effects of COVID-19 and how that will affect the city and its revenues and the different services it provides, as well as, again, starting on slide 14, we will discuss the material weaknesses, significant deficiencies, and deficiencies when we get to that slide. And lastly, we would just like to state that it is our belief that we are independent of the city as defined by professional standards. And with that, we will turn over the remaining portion of the presentation to the audit partner, Mr. Roger Carvey.
And good afternoon. We're going to spend a little time and we're going to talk about the financial reporting, revenues, expenses, capital assets, receivables, and long-term debt. Again, please note that as your auditor, our goal is to issue an opinion on the financial statements, and we inspect the financial statements to come to a point that we can decide if the organization is performing its steps in accordance with GAAP. As we delve into the revenue section of the financial statements, revenues for the period, again, September 30, 2020, 25.3 million as compared to 22.2 million for the same period ended 2019. The increase is primarily a result of capital grants and contributions of a little over 2 million during the period 2020. We sampled significant transactions in the revenue section, and we tested those transactions for existence, accuracy, and the presentation of those revenues recorded. Jumping over to expenses for the 2020 period totaled 19.1 million as compared to 21.6 million for the same period ended 2019. We looked at transactions of a significant nature and expenditures, and we tested those transactions for completeness, accuracy, and again, the presentation of those expenses recorded. Capital assets, the final balance, again, for the 2020 period, 68.2 million as compared to 66.8 million for the same time period, 2019. The result is an increase in infrastructure improvements throughout the year. Receivables, those balances were 2.2 million as of 2020, and as compared to 700,000 for 2019. The balances were confirmed by us to make sure that they were in accordance with it being reported. Long-term debt, the balance 12.7 million for the period September 30, 2020, as compared to 13.4 million for the same time period ended 2019. The decrease was a refunding of a loan from 2010A, a revenue bond series. We also confirmed those debt balances with independent third parties. We have a responsibility to you as the city. Our responsibility, again, is to issue an opinion on the financial statements. We also have a responsibility to consider the internal control environment, although we do not issue an opinion on the control environment. We do assess the control environment to see if there are any deficiencies, and those deficiencies can be noted in two areas. This slide gives the strata of the various type of deficiencies. A deficiency may be a significant deficiency, which is a lower level, and or a deficiency may be noted as a material weakness, which is the highest level of deficiency. We want to now spend some time going over the 2019 findings. These are findings from the prior year. We are required to assess and report on the prior year findings. This finding relates to, as part of the audit process, material adjustments to the city's financial statements. The required assistance to prepare the financial statements included notes to make sure that the notes were in accordance with GAAP. The city should consider and evaluate the cost benefit of improving internal controls relative to the reporting process. We reviewed this and determined that this condition no longer exists, as there were no material entries or AJEs posted for the 2020 period. Moving on to 2019 number 2 finding. This relates to the city's procedures were not adequate to properly identify financial assistance as relates to the CEFA, the Schedule of Expenditures and Awards. Certain grants were missing, certain grants were missing or required material adjustments. The recommendation, the city should develop policies and procedures and the expertise to ensure a complete and accurate CEFA schedule is reported. We looked through this for the current year and noted this condition no longer exists. I will take a commercial break to say that these are types of findings potentially when it relates to CEFA non-compliance findings that are very, very important. And so this is an area that we will continue to audit. We will continue to look at for non-compliance, whether it's through the control environment or in the actual testing. And so we just want to make a note that although this was cleared, this is an area that will continue to be audited, as again, federal and state awards and the expenditures of those monies are very, very important. Moving on to the current year findings, this relates to the controls over payroll processing. And so we have noted two types of controls. I want to highlight in your mind that this finding relates to the control, the environment. How could this happen? And so in our assessment, the condition exists that controls over payroll and payroll processing had a lack of segregation of duties as relates to that process. We recommend the city review its existing policies and procedures and develop new policies and procedures to ensure strong segregation of duties as it relates to the processing of payroll. Management did respond to our finding. The city implemented a process that segregates duties within the payroll processing. The segregation of duty allows multiple individuals to review, approve different functions within the processing of payroll to ensure that errors are caught and corrected before final processing of payment. Our last finding for the 2020 year now relates to the actual in fact finding of the matters with payroll. During our review of controls, payroll, and employee pay rates, we noted multiple employee pay rates did not match. the approved pay rates, resulting in employees being both overpaid and underpaid. Again, our recommendation, we recommend that the city review its existing policies and procedures and develop a process to ensure strong segregation of duties with the processing of payroll for payment. The city did have a response. The city implemented a process that segregates duties within processing of pay rate changes for existing and new employees upon hire. The segregation of duties and formal update of change status process allows multiple individuals to review and approve different steps within the processing of pay rate changes and payroll to ensure errors are caught and corrected. I will make a commercial break and say that payroll as a routine transaction should mean must be spot on every time. We noted this finding. We spent good time, and I will say hats off to the finance department for being able to explain not only what happened, but also explain what they did to move this to a better place going forward. And also Mrs. Lauren Shank coming in when she did and jumping right in to help. Want to move over to the responsibilities. The responsibilities of the audit falls into three strata: management, HCT, and of course the elected officials. Management has the responsibility for presenting the financial statements in conformity with GAAP and adjusting those financial statements where corrections are put forth. Management is also responsible for the design and implementation and maintenance of the control environment. Management is also responsible to provide access to the auditors, us, with the information, and to give us unrestricted access to all people or persons that we request. The elected officials, they have the responsibility for oversight of the financial reporting process and also oversight of the establishment and maintenance of the management of programs and controls designed to prevent, deter, and detect fraud. Again, our responsibilities include the auditing in a manner that allows us to express an opinion on the financial statements or the organization. We also have a responsibility to report any findings to the elected officials. We have the responsibility to also, if there are anything that are suspected or identified, to bring those matters forward. And so we have a list of responsibilities, but we wanted to highlight those to you. And if the mayor will allow, if there's any additional time, we will do our very, very best to answer any questions that we may have that you may have of us.
Any questions from the commission? Any questions from the commission at this point?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Will Jones, I have a question. When you did fact finding and you mentioned about condition of in the payroll processing area, you found that some employees were paid incorrectly, underpaid, and some was overpaid. As I asked Ms. Shanks a few minutes ago, I was just trying to find out what would be your recommendation as far as if an employee was overpaid, what would be the steps to recover those funds? Or if an employee was underpaid, how would we do that? Is that an in-house deal that we would do, or is that in your scope of work?
Thank you so much for that question. If you will allow, I am going to answer that question in two distinct phases. Our job is to audit and to report. And so we will report, as being done now, to the elected and the appointed officials the matter. Part two of the answer, management is responsible for the fix, and we come back later in our subsequent audit and we'll review what that fix looks like and if it was effective. And so although we don't fix it, we will come back and review it to determine if it has been effective. And so we want to make sure, which is a part of our requirements, that these management letter comments do not fall off and that it is followed up by us and reported again back to the elected officials and also the appointed officials.
Any other questions from the commission?
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, is there a motion to accept the audit report?
I make a motion that we accept the audit report.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So again, we want to thank HCT for the audit report. I think you may have been the first people to make auditing actually an active engagement and interesting. And so we definitely appreciate the energy and we appreciate the manner in which you provided us with the necessary methods needed to move forward. And also we want to thank Ms. Shank for her work on her first audit in assisting in the manners necessary for us to gain this information. And we look forward to a continued working relationship with HCT. So
Thank you
again,
so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving the agenda along. We'll now go to item number 7. Well, actually, item number, so will be item number 8. Adopting resolution number 2021 R64, reduction of lien 319 South 19th Street.
So, I'm sorry.
You can go ahead, and what we'll do is we'll read the caption and then we'll turn to you, Mr. Holmes.
The caption of Resolution 2021 R64 reads as follows. A resolution of the City of Palatka, Florida, granting a reduction of the code enforcement daily and accumulated fines and fees and liens assessed to 319 South 16th Street, Palatka, Florida, for complaint number 1269, subject to certain conditions authorizing the satisfaction of any lien which is attached to the affected property and providing for scrivener's errors.
So, Mr. Mayor, this is in essence a correction of a resolution that was passed last month. That resolution was styled in a manner to reduce the lien that had attached to property. And to try to explain a little bit further, you all know that you adopted a process by which accumulated fines could be considered for reduction upon a request. A request was made. It was determined to reduce accumulated fines down to $3,000 plus administrative fees. The resolution that was actually put before you partially reduced the lien down to $3,000, meaning that the lien was reduced, but it remained intact and there was no provision for payment. So I provided or prepared this corrected resolution, and what this corrected resolution would do is it reduces the fines that have accumulated down to $3,000 plus the accumulated fees, contingent upon that fine being paid within a specified period of time. If the fine is paid within a specified period of time, then the entire lien is satisfied. As the mayor knows, you don't have to say how much is paid to satisfy a debt. If there's a lien of record and a satisfaction of lien is recorded, that's all that matters. The record becomes clean once the satisfaction is recorded. So this provides some incentive for the person for who you reduce the lien or reduce the fine. This provides an incentive for them to pay it. The fine's reduced to $3,000 if it's paid within 30 or 60 days. If not, the full amount of the fine remains intact. And if they do pay it within the 30 or 60 days, then the entire lien that's of record is satisfied. This is the traditional way that lien reductions have been done in the past. Fine reductions have been done in the past. And it has traditionally resulted in payment of the amount of the reduced amount. So that's the explanation for the reason of the change of the wording.
Any questions or comments from the commission? If not, I entertain a motion.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second.
Is it time out in there? So the time is left out, Mr. Mayor. I left that out, and now therefore be it resolved. So the time frame within which the money is to be paid, I apologize, but it's in the bottom paragraph. I left that blank for the commission to insert that amount, whatever the commission felt, 30, 60, 90 days, whatever you felt was appropriate.
What was the plan, 60 days?
Sir?
What was the plan? What were you drafting?
60 has traditionally been a reasonable amount of time.
With 60 days being added as the time frame that it need to be paid.
Second.
Motion's made at 60, is friendly to the second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Questions called, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, Mr. Salmon, you ready to go? Republic hearing ordinance, item number 8A, annexing approximately 1.53 acres properly into the city, amending the future land use map from commercial Putnam County to city of Palatka commercial, and rezoning the Putnam County retail commercial to city of Palatka C2. Case PB 21-01. Applicant is Holly White, owner, vice president, owner of VP Palatka LLC. First reading. Item A, annexation ordinance.
An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, annexing into the corporate limits of the city of Palatka, Florida, certain adjacent territory identified as 3201 Krill Avenue, part of southeast quarter, 1/4 block, 183, page 568, for official records book 264, page 566, and 3203 Krill Avenue, part of northeast 1/4 of the northeast quarter of southeast 1/4 book 168, page 430, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
Entertain a motion.
So move.
Second.
Motion on the floor in a second. Mr. Salmon.
Basically, this is what it's doing from, that's gonna keep it was zoned C2 in commercial, future land use in the county of commercial, so basically doing the same thing. They want to next in to get water, sewer, and take that whole building down for the new building.
Now open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? If you are, you can fill out a yellow speaker's card, or you can dial 386-329-0100 extension 0, or you can speak in the YouTube chat function. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Is there anything in the YouTube chat?
There's nothing at this time.
Public hearing at this time. Any further discussion from the commission?
Question.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on. Item B, future land use amendment ordinance 21-07.
An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the future land use map of the adopted comprehensive plan be amended with respect to the following parcel of land, which is less than 10 acres in size, from Putnam County Commercial to the city of Palatka Commercial for the following properties: 3201 Krill Avenue, part of southeast 1/4 block, book 183, page 568, or official records, book 264, page 566, and 3203 Krill Avenue, part of northeast quarter of southeast quarter, book 168, page 430, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, and providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
So move.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Boer,
Second.
a second by Commissioner McCaskill. We're now on the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Same instructions apply. 386-329-0100 extension 0, YouTube chat, or you can fill out a yellow speaker's card. Is there anything in the YouTube chat?
There's nothing at this time.
We'll close public hearing at this time. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item C, rezoning ordinance 21-08.
An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended from the Putnam County Commercial Retail C2 to the city of Palatka Commercial Intensive C2 for the following properties: 3201 Krill Avenue, part of southeast quarter block, book 183, page 568, official records book 264, page 566, and 3203 Krill Avenue, part of northeast quarter of southeast quarter, book 168, page 430, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor in a second. Open the floor for public comment. Same instructions apply. Is there anything in the YouTube chat?
No, sir, nothing at this time.
We'll close public comment. Any further discussion from the commission? Commissioner Jones?
John, in reference to the sign, what kind of change is going to be made that's different than what we already have in the ordinance? What they're requesting?
Are you talking about the rezoning or are you down on the?
Amending. You said amending, right?
We're on
That's,
item C, rezoning.
Basically, it's just rezoning the property from county C2 to city C2.
Aren't we on C?
We're on,
We're on C below A.
Oh, my bad. Okay, sorry.
for confusion, to eliminate confusion, so we probably ought to make the 1, 2, and 3s under A's in the future, so we don't have so many A's and B's.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We appreciate your patience too. Next up is the other item B, ordinance 21-05, amending section 94-261 of the municipal code of city of Palatka as it pertains to the location of parking facilities, providing for conflict, providing separability, providing for correction of scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date, second reading. I think I've already read your caption. So, Mr. Salmon.
Basically, this is the second reading of the parking issue that deals basically with the historic district. The planning commission, historic district has both approved what's in front of you. It basically deals with 3 properties that we could. Any other questions?
I'll entertain a motion at this time. There's a motion by Commissioner Campbell. Is there a second? Motion on the floor in a second. Now open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? The number's 386-329-0100, extension 0, or you can fill out a comment card or the YouTube chat. Is there anything in the YouTube chat at this time?
No, sir, nothing at this time.
Close public comment. Is there any further discussion from the commission?
Question.
Questions called. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on, ordinance 21-09, amending the municipal code by amending chapter 62 signs by adding section 62-1A dealing with the changing the face of the existing sign, providing for separability, providing for conflict, and providing for conflict with other ordinances, providing for an effective date, providing for scrivener's errors. First reading, Mr. Salmon.
Basically, what this deals with is right now, if I bought a piece of property from you and I wanted to change the name of the sign, I kept the sign exactly where it is, same size, it's required a permit right now to do that, and we don't think it's necessary to go through that process. So we're eliminating that unless they change it from a regular sign to an electric sign, and then they'd have to get a permit to deal with it. That was part of our ordinance.
To make the code more consumer friendly, right?
So move.
That's a motion on the floor in a second. We're gonna open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Same instructions applies. Previous 386-329-0100, YouTube chat, or you can fill out a speaker's card. Is there anyone in the YouTube chat?
No, sir, not this time.
Public hearing, is there any further discussion from the commission?
Question.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, and we appreciate it when we get opportunities to do something that's customer friendly. Next up. Instead of going to city manager and administrative reports, we're going to deal with the items before us. Let's go back and revisit. We're going to go to number 7, our Passero agreement for the new public works facility. any further discussion from the commission as it relates to this issue or comments?
I make a motion that we go ahead and approve the allotment to start the process so that we can have the drawings and rendering. But I'm not saying let's move forward in the building at the time. So
Second.
So motion on the floor for allocation of $158,704 for design, bridging documents and bidding assistance. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Second by Commissioner Boyle. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up. Coming back. Let's do this. Let's take a 5-minute break before we get into this discussion. I'm almost 50. All right, everybody, we're gonna go back on the agenda. We're gonna go back on the agenda and we're gonna resume with the meeting, and we're gonna move right into item number 10 is our discussion concerning public works staff shortages. And we want to make sure that we get an opportunity to have a full discussion on this and calendar any future discussions. Mr. Holmes, you want to move forward at this time?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. It's not a secret to any of us that we have staff shortages in the employment and the workforce across the board. When I first took over as city manager in May, the number of complaints that I was receiving regarding trash pickup were few to none. Over the last month, I started to see a relatively large number of complaints from citizens about trash not being picked up, yard trash not being picked up, et cetera. I knew that our people were working hard. And that's why, and that prompted the conversation or the discussion with Mr. Ladd and Mr. Chandler and Mr. Douglas, to ask them to come in and help me understand exactly what was happening and why. I had to wait for Mr. Ladd and Mr. Chandler to get off trucks. They were physically on trucks that day. And when we began talking, it came down to what I had already known a little bit of, because I had checked their staffing levels before we began our discussions. And really the reason that I asked them to come in was to help give me some ideas about what we might do to improve the situation for their employees. The situation is a bit complex, and I'll start off by telling you the biggest complexity in just attempting to unilaterally raise wages in one department. Most of you know there's a fire union contract. That fire union contract, Ms. Thomas has gone through to make certain that we understood ramifications. But essentially, and she can explain it in detail should you like, but it essentially contains provisions so that if you have to be careful about raising wages in a department because of a automatic, sir? Exactly, an automatic clause or a clause in the union contract which will require automatic raises there. So to piecemeal raises in the various departments is going to be a very difficult task because you're not going to really probably know the budget consequences. So what we started looking at was what we could do to provide some immediate relief. Originally, the only department that I was, I guess, concentrating on was Public Works because I knew that they were working with drivers down. We did some quick surveys by just phone calls, finding out what other people were paying drivers compared to what we were paying drivers. We found out that we were several dollars under what was being paid to others. Riders were also underpaid. Our staff levels were down. We weren't even getting a lot of applications, to be honest with you, for either CDLs or riders. And so that prompted us to, and one is on my desk, or actually it's on my desk and the city attorney's desk and Jonathan's desk and Ms. Shank's desk. We prepared an RFP for a salary survey and then salary adjustment recommendation. An RFP meaning go out for a professional service to tell you across the board where we are on salaries and make recommendations in terms of what it would take to make us competitive. That RFP is, we've asked to expedite in our RFP the salary survey part. We'll worry about the salary adjustments within brackets as time goes by, but we've asked to expedite the salary survey part so that you can see exactly where we are in terms of wages at the various positions across the board. But of course, the critical departments right now, and I shouldn't say that, but the departments that probably are of some of the greatest significance are Public Works and your waterworks. So in talking about what we could do in the Public Works Department. And assuming that raising wages is going to be, could be problematic in terms of the fire union contract, we started talking about other things that might be initially implemented while we get the expedited salary survey. And then we're at budget time, as you know, perfect time for you to consider wages across the board or in various departments, wherever you want to go, but keeping in mind the fire department contract. Some things that were brought up, and it isn't my job to tell you how to move forward, but some things that were brought up for your consideration were, and Jonathan has more statistics and specifics on this, but years ago, we were on a straight day policy with our sanitation workers, meaning that if they finished their route in 5 hours, they've got to go home. Now we're on an hourly payment plan so that they work 8 hours to get paid 8 hours. Under the old plan, if they worked 5 hours, got their route done, they got paid for the 8 hours. So it wasn't a pay raise, but it had an effect of giving them a higher hourly rate. And it didn't have an immediate budget impact, or wouldn't have an immediate budget impact. Of course, conditions to that, should you decide to adopt that, would be that they pick up the trash and run their route in an effective fashion. And then number two, that we not sacrifice safety in exchange for speed and getting through a route. That may be a lot to say. I don't, I guess it was done at one time. So, but the considerations to implementing it would be what I have said, and that is if you have haste in trying to get the route done so people can leave early, and that haste results in either sites not being picked up or it results in decreased safety, then you may be sacrificing as much as you gain. But it is an option for you. The other option we talked about was once a week garbage pickup. Jonathan it was presented to you once before, and you all know this, and I'm not going to try to repeat everything, but some advantages of that would be right now, your average route, as I'm told, has 900 stops on it for a route. 900 stops, 900, multiple cans perhaps that have to be thrown on a route. If you went to once a week pickup and reduced the number of stops on each route, but made more routes, you could go down to about 600. That's significant reduction of about a third. So you could run the routes with less stops, and then with the time that is remaining, you could either provide for some maintenance around the yard, some things that could be done that right now either are having to be done by mechanics or that aren't getting done, or whatever you should choose to do with that. And as I said, they aren't necessarily dependent one against the other. You could do straight days without once a week pickup, but the biggest combined effect of without pouring more money into the budget, which right now, as I said, would be sort of a piecemeal attempt to put money into department without consideration of other departments or the fire union contract. Those were the two things we came up with as being the perhaps most effective ways to move forward. An additional way that we talked about increasing staff would be a sign-on bonus payable over some period of time should the commission decide. That period of time would have to be basically couched so as to guarantee that once people signed on, they stayed for a while. Of course, the obvious problem with that is if you pay someone new to come on, the people who have been with you and have been doing the job are going to feel as though they got left out of the extra pay that was being paid to get somebody new to come on board. So in essence, the only things that we came up with were either going to straight days and or the once a week pickup with the reduction in routes and reduction in stops on the route and the resulting savings. So that's as to the Public Works Department. And I'll stop at Public Works right now, but we do have to address the Water Department as well. So Jonathan, did you want to speak to the once a week pickup briefly?
Commissioners, as you're aware, we did run a trial period, and within a trial period, there were some hiccups, which I believe staff could address if we did decide to try this out again. But just to go over some simple metrics that were confirmed with the trial period, the annual projected savings, which would come from lengthening the time that you could keep a truck on the routes from 8 to 13 years, reduced fuel, reduced wear and tear on the tires, everything totals approximately $50,000 a year as far as operational expenses. And we did realistically see some improvement to the aesthetics of the city. There were a number of areas that see a lot of litter, and we had a reduction in hours because we weren't running the routes twice for half the tonnage at that second route on the same week. So our crews were able to get out on certain roads and certain parks and pick up litter where streets and grounds couldn't get because they're overwhelmed already. I'll leave it at that.
And I guess that's also a point, and that is that I'm given to understand that the second route that's run each week harvests about 50% of the garbage and refuse that the first route harvests. In other words, there's that much less garbage the second time out. We understand there were issues. Staff believes that we can probably address those issues with placing some dumpsters at some locations, additional trash cans for those families or sites where one can isn't sufficient. But in any event, in terms of trying to provide some immediate relief, additional staffing is about the only thing that will provide additional relief right now in terms of the working conditions as far as the pay, unless you budget more money to that department, which I says has ramifications. The only thing that really does much in terms of the pay is a straight day. So again, we're expediting. The RFP should be out next week. It's on, as I said, the draft's on my desk. We'll try to get a salary survey, and we're in budget talks, and you can consider the budgetary constraints and budgetary impacts across the board, and try to do something that brings the sanitation department up to a better level. Yes.
I just want to add something. I was looking at the budget during the break between the items. You do have approximately $232,000 in annual debt service. A couple of years ago, the City Commission decided to put the sanitation on a path to be a pay-as-you-go utility and get away from debt service. That debt service will roll off in total approximately 2026. Now, some of that is allocated so that you can buy a truck when you need to instead of putting it under debt. But we believe that sanitation fund has what it needs so long as you make the annual increase to stay on par with inflation to cover the additional wage increase.
For sanitation fund, but then you've got the fire impact, the fire union impact, the union contract impact, fire union contract impact. So with regard to, I'll not address water at this point. I'll keep it to sanitation department at this point. That's so we brought it. I agended it because I knew that we had 2 drivers short, as I recall, and we were using temp staff on the back of the truck for at least I think 2 temp staff. Now we hired one of those temp staffs today as an employee. I guess we can replace the temp staff perhaps with that, but you do have staff shortages and staff issues there. And the CDL, it's hard to attract CDLs. We've done a little bit of survey around to see what's being paid for CDLs, and we're significantly below what's out there on the market.
So instead of saying we're significantly below, let's just put the numbers out there. Kind of put the numbers out that you found thus far. Let's just compare Waste Pro, for example, to where we are.
Yeah, our market, Waste Pro and other service providers are heading towards $20, $21 an hour.
And they're giving sign-on bonuses and retention bonuses.
Waste Pro currently has a $3,000 sign-on bonus, as well as a safety bonus for people that have been there for a certain number of years.
And we're at 16?
We're at 14 and change, sir.
14 and change. $6 an hour.
And just hold on, we want everybody, because we're going to give everybody an opportunity for everyone to speak that wants to speak. Let's go to water right quick.
Go to water?
Yeah.
All right, sir. So with regard to water, in our water department, you're required to have a licensed operator on site 24/7, or a qualified trainee who has immediate accessibility to a licensed operator. It can be by phone if that person is readily available. Right now, you have 3 licensed operators, and that includes your superintendent. That means they're running 4 shifts with 3 people. They're averaging about 57 hours a week per person. And the way the shifts are configured, you do have people who are operating shifts, a 6:30 to 2:30 shift, going home from 2:30 to 10:30, coming back at 10:30, operating a 10:30 to 6:30 shift, and then starting the next day at 6:30 and running another 6:30 to 2:30 shift. So we're working people at that location to the point that there's a mental fatigue, there's an emotional fatigue, there's just a fatigue and dissatisfaction factor. Jonathan Shank and I went out to speak with the people out there at the water plant yesterday, and the situation is such so that we need they have to have some relief, because right now, not to call a name, but to call a name, your superintendent hadn't seen her child in 3 days. And that's the sort of thing that won't continue with people. That they'll be, and should, by the way, one or more of them walk off the job and you not have any way to replace that person, we made some temporary or some inquiries as to what we could get what amounts to a temp person from a firm that provides licensed operators. The hourly rate to pay that firm in order for us to get a temp licensed operator was $82.50 an hour, $82.50. The little memo that I provided you shows the rates that are being paid by us as compared to surrounding cities and counties. And you can see there again that we're significantly under what everybody else is paying for a trainee. For instance, we're paying $11 an hour, and the range in other locations is from $14 to $17.33 an hour, and the differential gets worse as you go up the operator ladder. Now, I will tell you that we've been scrambling. Jonathan made a call today to someone that he remembered had previously worked for rural water and who had a license but was no longer in the field. Tentatively, that person has agreed to help us on a part-time basis, on a contract basis. Ms. Thomas is preparing the contract. That may give us enough relief for some period of time, assuming he signs the contract, so that we can let some people go home. Their concerns have been everything from they're not able to use their vacation time and they're in danger of losing it because of not being able to carry it over, which we can take care of administratively. That's not a concern, not something we can't address. But their concerns run further to just not being able to take any time off. And when I say not taking any time off, I mean not taking a Saturday off, not taking a Sunday off, not taking any time off. So it's imperative that we hire a couple of trainees or try. We've had jobs posted, but as in so many other industries right now, apparently the demand is exceeding the available labor force. So we're among several who are posting for jobs, trainees or operators, and we're at the bottom end of the totem pole in terms of the price structure. So we again propose some possibilities there that we might use. Now, again, I actually drafted the majority of the memo before Jonathan recalled this fellow who I guess he had known used to work for rural water, wasn't it? And a call was placed, and this gentleman may give us some help for some time. And hopefully he'll give us some help for long enough for us to find someone. But if we lose one more operator, we don't have a trainee, we lose one more operator, we're going to have to do something drastic, because you got 20,000 people who depend on that plant being staffed in a fashion that's compliant with regulations or else. And so we would be required to look out to the staffing service to try to have someone come in on a temporary basis. And as I indicated, the rate we were given today was $82.50 an hour for that person. So what we have talked about in the water department was a differential pay structure for all those departments, any department that has to work a midnight shift. And that is also going to include your sewer department. They are right now not at the same staffing shortage that water is. They have a couple of mechanics that are cross-trained, or one at least that's cross-trained. They are able to cover their shifts right now. So they are not in the same situation that water is, but they're 1 or 2 resignations away. I'll also mention that in your water department, you've got 2 people who are very long-term and advised us that they were looking at retiring in the next 1 to 2 years. So it's imperative to get some trainees in and hopefully train them up to be operators so that you don't find yourself in the same situation now or 2 years from now that you do, or 1 year from now that you do now. So we had suggested that we look at, again, sign-on bonus for applicants in any job or any department with a critical staff shortage, differential pay for a department where you have a midnight shift, because most people agree that working midnight shifts change your life, change your quality of life. We've expedited, as I said, the wage survey so we can bring that back to you. We would like to attempt to enter into a relief services contract if we can piggyback off another municipality that has a contract out there based on an RFP that allows us to piggyback. And if not, then we're looking at having to perhaps procure some relief services under your procurement minimum or threshold by just reaching out and trying to procure that contract. Now, we're going to obviously delay any of the more drastic steps to see if the contract person that we've just talked about comes on board and is willing to work a couple, 3 days a week, because that would give us the ability at least to let some people take some days off. So you've got, and as I said, we actually have a table that shows you where we are with wages in that department, and you see what we're having to draw against. And the mayor, we were in my office today, and the mayor made a call, and we were told something that's not on here. And Clay starts their operators at 18 an hour, and as soon as they get a license, they go to 25 an hour. So we're in a market where the wages or the pay is outdistancing us at this time in a couple of different fields, a couple of different of our departments. So right now we're looking to try to, put a finger in the dam and try to stop the water flow while we get the wage survey out there and then bring it back to you. We're in budget. We're at the edge of budget talks, and see what we can do in terms of wages. As Jonathan indicated, some of your wages will come out of enterprise funds, and they're probably more adept right now or more capable right now of supporting wage increases than your general fund is, unless you make transfers and/or sacrifices and/or reallocations. But in any event, as to those 2 departments, that's where we are right now.
Since we've got Chief here, Chief Shaw, you come forward. What's your salary challenges and capacity issues or retention issues as it relates to law enforcement at this point? And what have you found that surrounding agencies are doing differently than us?
Right now, our starting salary for an officer starting on is $17.47. And everywhere around, like I presented in a presentation for the commissioners, is, with the exception of Putnam County, is moving to 40 and above. We are finding that the police department is coming to training ground. We've already implemented the contract for a 2-year contract on a new hire. We went to attempting to try on a sign-in bonus for this year. We've had one person that took advantage of that for an experienced officer. We are seeing the competitive rate for hire all the way across the board. It's coming from St. Johns County, pushing all the way down even to Clay. I mentioned in my presentation that we see an average of 8 officers lost a year. We've been down. We're down currently 3, but we've been down even more at any period of time in the year because of either resignations or just people leaving to get out of the line of work because of the pay.
Pay is one of our biggest problems. I really don't believe pay is going to solve all our problems, but I believe it'll at least move us in the right direction to begin to slow down. Like many of the other departments here throughout the city, it's more than a leak. We have a fast-moving exodus, and people are coming in, getting a little experience of the license, and leaving to where they can go make a large amount of money. And I believe that's what we're seeing all the way around. We're seeing it a lot in the police department. And on what I'm hearing tonight, some of it I already knew, but what I'm hearing tonight is we're facing a large problem throughout the city.
And every time you retrain one of those folks, a few years ago, the number was in excess of $8,000 for a new trainee in a general position. What are you seeing as your cost?
Just for the retraining for them leaving, and again, that was portion of my presentation. We are looking at just with them leaving out to replace that person, not the money on the back end of what it costs for them leaving out, what they take with them, but the money on just to replace that person is at $15,000 per person. So when we looked at that at eight officers on average a year, there's a tremendous amount of money that's going out that we lose, not only in training and education, but in equipment and uniforms.
Thanks, Chief. Is Chief Taylor on tonight? Chief Taylor, okay. Same questions, Chief.
Yes, sir. I think same as Chief Shaw said, we're having the same idea. I mean, same problems. It's right now we're down 3 people. We are always waiting for 3 or 4 more to leave. We're about $5,000 to $6,000 below all the counties around us, all the cities around us.
Including Putnam County.
Putnam County's now at like 40, I think plus 40 plus starting out. So we're about five grand below that.
And when did that increase take place?
For Putnam County, just recently, last couple of months, I believe they passed it. But St. Augustine's like 45 starting out. Clay County, St. Johns County, Jacksonville are all right around 40.
How many folks have you lost to these increases in recent months since you've been chief?
Just 4 or 5, I think. We had one big group come in, and I think we've got like 2 of them left.
Yes, thanks, Chief. So you've kind of heard from, I think, just about everybody. And I think you look at the turnover we've had administratively here in City Hall, people taking different positions and transition and all the other things. It's not a problem that I think it's just germane to public works. It's a citywide problem. And it's a community problem because I would dare to say that the county in some places, public works, you guys have checked it out. The county doesn't even pay. Their starting pay isn't necessarily what our pay is in some places. But I think the reality of it is this. We've got to look at it and assess it and make a decision that's not just one that lasts like a $2 raise for just a little bit and puts a Band-Aid on a festering sore. It has to be a decision that we make that's going to be sustainable, because the other piece of all of this is the actuary and what happens with the pension and all those other things, because it all has an effect long-term on the ability to even be able to sustain. And so I think it's a real conversation that has to take place, and it's one that you don't want to rush. I think it has to be a conversation that comes with thought, which comes with input from all you gentlemen in this room, as well as all the other departments. But I really want to hear, is anybody else who's here that didn't get a chance to speak, Isaac Seymour, who wants to say anything today? Brian McCann, you've been here for 84 years. Come on up.
Everything we're talking about is good. The salaries do need to come up. You got to have retention with employees that have been here that are dedicated. They've showed you dedication for years and years and years. It's not just enough to bring the bottom up. You got to show these people that's been here and stuck by the city for a long time that they mean something to you as well.
Tell them how many years you've been here.
I've been 29 years. I have one employee that's been with me for 16 years. They're not even making $15 an hour. The $2 that we increased a while back, you got some employees with the city, they're outside of that cusp. They were above the $11 when that raise came through, so they got nothing. And again, this employee's been with me for 16 years. They're not even making $14 an hour. Raises are coming up at the bottom. You're gonna have a lot of morale issues with these sets of employees. It's not just my department, it's other departments as well.
Right.
That are just missing that cusp. And they feel like they're getting raked over the coals. They're not getting nothing for their dedication.
Right.
And
So
it
one
caused
of
morale.
the things that that a salary survey does, and it's something we've talked about before, but what it does, it looks at where you are in the grade, where you are in your step, and how appropriately it works. And so you can take this RFP and ask for whatever parameters you want, I think, which makes a difference, because this information is great. But I think when you start to look at what's going on in this region, you start to look at what's going on in the community around us, you want to make sure that, we're treating everybody, at least we are on par with what's around us, because there's too many people in this community already that have to drive to other communities, whether it's nursing or educators or truck drivers or whatever, or skilled labor workers who have to leave and go to work in other communities to come back home to the community that they want to live in. And we should be able to put all these educated heads together that circle this whole room to be able to come up with a plan that may not solve all the problems, but it solves some problems. And I just think at the end of the day, and it's no slight to people that work in fast food, but I just don't think that a 12th grade student should be making what a grown man makes who's been on his job for 10 years. And that just doesn't sit well with me.
Sure, I agree.
You can go to McDonald's or the gas station and all these other places where there's minimum skill qualifications in place, and people are making more money than you make with licenses, with the ability to work heavy machinery and do other things. Now, I think unlike a lot of the other communities, we're on the cusp of it. Some of these other communities are starting to thrive. They've thrived economically and been able to adjust to what's going on. I think where we are as a city is we're starting to see that life come back into the community, and we're starting to see people spend money in here and do things that will allow us to build up. But the reality of it is this: the state passed a $15 an hour law during the last election, and it has to be phased in over time. At the end of the day, we're gonna barbecue a mildew because we've got to get there. It's just what it is. And so the reality is the plan has to be in place. It has to be methodical. It can't be just some knee-jerk reaction, because we can say what we want, but a sign-on bonus is not gonna do a thing for you with 29 years, because you're already on. A sign-on bonus may be a temporary fix to get somebody in that's trying to hit a quick lick. But the reality of it is you want to know that your guys have the ability to go out and buy homes, be able to take their family out to dinner, be able to enjoy the fruits of their labor. And we don't want the cost of living to continually consume them. And so, we're looking at everything from insurance on. All those things are part of the puzzle. And I just think that we have to be methodical in how we do it. Commissioner Jones did HR years ago for PRC Alorica. How many employees did y'all have?
Almost the 500.
And he had high school students that were making more than some of the guys who work long-term. It's time for us we've talked about it. It's time to really start to push the envelope, and we won't be able to break the budget doing it, but we can at least make some affirmative steps and put a long-range plan in place to make sure that we start to move forward. So, I think what has to happen now is, we need to hear from y'all. We need to hear from everybody who wants to talk tonight, because there needs to be another meeting where we sit and we start devising this plan as this RFP comes in place. So, anybody else got anything to say?
My name is Isaiah Seymour, but no disrespect to you, Mr. Holmes, the ideas you come up with, that ain't no money. It's just plain and simple. That ain't no money. I jump on one truck to another truck. I've been doing this for the last couple of weeks and months. And I'm 55 years old. I can't keep doing that. Not for the little bit of money y'all paying me. I can't keep doing it. And them ideas about getting off early, put some money in my pocket, in all our pockets. We deserve it, man.
Yes, sir.
My name is Daniel Sterling. I've been here like August be 21 years. And I started like $5 an hour when I first started. You know what I'm saying? And like Isaac was saying, we got to jump from truck to truck, and I do the early morning truck. I mean, Chris do. I got clocking at 4 o'clock in the morning now. I mean, you know, tomorrow. So I mean, I just now making $13 an hour with 21 years of work. Wow. See, now I work. All these guys, they work real hard. I mean, we got work in the rain, hot weather, maggots. I mean, hate to say that, but ants.
It is what it is.
All kind of hot weather. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if we can just do this all up like 14, 15 an hour, I agree with that. Something like that. I mean, me being here 21 years. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I start off, you know, just like them, just move up to 14. I agree with that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I mean, you know, we had an incident last year. I got my teeth knocked out. I worked with Seymour. You know, that you remember? Where a bar came out of the can and knocked my teeth out. But he couldn't do his job to replace him. But he was on the chalk. I mean, workman comp fixed it, but I mean, I come back to work the next day. So I know that's what I'm saying. Y'all remember when I got my teeth knocked out? So but I'm saying I've been here like 21 years, just now making 13 an hour. So.
And that's an issue. It's definitely an issue. It's Cobb, go Gators.
How y'all doing?
Come on.
Good to see this him board up here, a long time overdue, you know. Mr. Holmes, I hear you talking up here, and I mean, I know you got a lot of suggestions, and that sounds great. But the fire department, the water department, they got their own battles. And I feel for them. Okay, just like you feeling for them. And what I want to be known is, you being a county commissioner or being over a lot of things, your words and your points need to be more direct than you just assuming the consequences. You got to worry about what's going on now. And you got these guys out here, I drive the truck. I may not say much, but I do get out and help and do what I got to do. So I'm not directly speaking it to you, but I'm saying this part to you, that I think that your yes and no should be a little more quicker and better, because even though you haven't been here long enough, the last time we was talking, you said you needed the facts. And I think you got the facts by now. I've heard that he said it is money with us, the sanitation department. So these other departments, where they say they might not have it, if there's anything that we can get, we want it. And we want you to say, yes, those guys deserve that. Whether you've been here 6 months or 30 years. Because I want to be able to say my county commission, like the mayor here and these guys up here, the new coming Mr. Willie Jones here, I want to be able to say, I'm proud of you just like the rest of them. And I don't want it to be no racial deal. I don't want it to be no ifs, ands, and buts. I know that these guys here work hard, whether it be from the water department, the police department, the water, the fire department, whoever it is in here. Everybody's working. But the money is not where it's supposed to be, and I understand that, and it's not nobody's fault. I understand that. But I do be with these guys when them guys is out there, and they're dizzy about to fall out. When his teeth got knocked out, you know, yeah, we got help as soon as possible. But the thing about that is, when you say over here, where you say that when y'all lose somebody with the water department, now that's something that should have been done years ago. There's no way y'all should have been down like that, no kind of way. And I don't care what, you know, however it looks or whatever it said, but that them problems y'all or whoever's building on their own. So when the new people come in, we got to suffer with or go down because of the last thing that wasn't done properly or wasn't overlooked. Maybe it wasn't done properly. Look, I think it was overlooked. I'll say it like that. So it shouldn't be no way that we can't get water ran through the city of Palatka without having to go wade out and do God knows what. That don't make sense. And I understand it's not your job, but that's been over like it. So that's a problem should have been there and shouldn't have been brought up here. And that'd have been one less problem. Our problem is we got something they say in the books, and we asking each and every one of y'all to vote for us to get whatever portion y'all want us to have. You want us to have a straight day, give us a straight day. But that's not going to pay. Just like Mr. Isaac say, that's not going to do much. These guys are jumping back and forth, doing whatever they can do. And when they do get home, and the little money they do get, just like me, just like y'all, it goes. So, and ours, I know is lesser than a lot of y'all. So what I'm asking you and the board, you know, secretary, I'm putting you in here. I'm putting you in here too. I'll put you in here, Miss Lawyer. But I want all y'all to come together and understand that this thing, it's a lot going on around here. Now it's got to start somewhere, right? And if we got a portion over here, then that's our foothold to get that little whatever y'all want to give us, because that 5% raise is 29 cents or whatever it was that y'all just gave. So, you know, if we're waiting on that kind of money, and them guys been here 29 years, man, you know, I don't stand a chance. So I'm just saying, I just want to talk for myself as well as the crew that I work with. I can't say nothing bad about the water department, the fire department, the police department, but I can say everybody deserves to live and eat well, okay, without robbing and killing and all that foolishness going on, which is gonna be because things are getting crazier. So can you help my crew here? My crew, where they say y'all found a little bit of help for us, can y'all give us that little help that y'all say is in there? Yeah, whatever y'all see fit. You know what I'm saying? My mouth good. I wish I had a little water. I could back up here, but you know, however it go, I'm all right. Oh,
Mr. Cobb, could I ask you a question?
Yes,
Because I know you have a wealth of experience in driving trucks and with different companies. What is the difference? What is the difference as far as work as it relates to pay? You work with Waste Pro.
Right.
Okay. So City of Palatka versus Waste Pro. How did that day go? What's the difference in how they work as it relates to how we work in our pay?
Well, the only thing I see difference between Race Pro for garbage and waste is that you got the driver must get out because the driver is getting paid much more. So it's for him to do much more. But for the labor, for the job, for all that, it's no more different than they'll get more money. The better, I guess they getting longer hours, but it's worse. To me, it's worse. Let me straighten it.
So you're saying Waste Pro is worse?
To me, yes.
Okay.
I mean, I pick the city over the Waste Pro or any other waste company. First, because I want Palatka to be beautiful. Okay, I want to keep Palatka beautified, make it beautiful. Okay, and with the guys I got over here on my side, I think we can do that, and we can do it properly. We can do it fine with no complaints. But I do think somebody needs to work with us and help us out a little bit, you know, because yeah, I know everybody's suffering, but we don't want to be the only one suffering when y'all just say we got a little feather on that bird, and we don't want to pluck the last feather off of that legals, you know what I'm saying? Running around for the dogs to hinder at us or bite at us. I know this is something y'all might not understand. But anyway, bottom line is Waste Pro to me is worse because they do ridiculous work.
They work harder.
Ridiculous. Okay. Ridiculous. Now what they got over here in the city, they got the back of them little ramps. The lifters for the bike that gives a lot of relief, but it's still a lot of hard work because it's stuff that happens that no day is the same.
How many stops on your route?
Right. So I asked that question to try to be comparing apples to apples. And, you know, we start talking about the pay. The mayor have said it, city manager has said it. We talk about the pay. We got to realize our tax base isn't the same. Right. So if we can't say, we can do a salary survey all we want, but our community is not a St. Johns County. We don't have the tax base that they have. So we can't expect that. But I am an advocate for getting you guys a pay raise. But I just wanted to say that, and I wanted to compare, and that's why when you came up here, I want to just make that clear that the work is a little different now. You can say we want the same pay as Race Pro, but do we want to do the same work as Race Pro?
Yeah, but even to be honest now, if we're gonna jug it, let's jig it right. If you're gonna do what Waste Pro do, then the little 900, that's like a break for them. So therefore, Palatka them got the weight that Waste Pro would do with probably 3 other trucks. You know what I'm saying, at certain times in certain areas. So therefore, no, I'm not basing the weight or the money or whatever against them. I'm saying they're a good company, God bless them. You know, I'm just talking about us right now. We trying to live and eat, and we want to eat, and we don't only want bologna. Y'all hear that, right? We want a little bit more than bologna and tuna fish, right? So little noodles. But bottom line is, the guys work great. I mean, they come to work. I know everybody have problems. They don't come sometime. That happens, right? But what we asking y'all to do is to see the opportunity where y'all have anything left in that budget between the new building, which we love to have the new building now. Don't get me wrong. We would love to have the new building. But in reality, I've been here going on 4 years, and I haven't been in that building that we're in now. For instance, they talked about the commodes in the mornings. There was no bathroom there to use. It's there, but I dare somebody to go in and one of y'all to go sit down. And then we'll take the meeting tomorrow.
And that's my point. That's one of the points.
You want the good and the bad. Yeah, y'all have done a lot to that building. But yeah, since I've been there, the building was still terrible when I got there. So yeah, I think it need to be moved. I think a lot need to be done, you know. So what I'm saying is, yeah, we love the new building. You know what I'm saying? We would love to be able to go around the whole building and not just one little room in the building. If that's the case, well, the building wouldn't be no good to us. So we want everybody to be comfortable. We want everybody to be happy. But we just don't want to get a building just to be clocking in and out, and then we hungry for money, or we can't do this for once a week. When y'all was doing it, it was great. You know, now we got to take it for twice a week. You know, I paid over $600 for insurance. You know, and then I dropped down this last term to a lower one. So how in the world do I supposed to pay $600 for insurance? It's just me and my wife on there. That's crazy. And get paid every 2 weeks. Now I know y'all don't think that's nothing, but $600, almost $700 every 2 weeks, that's a lot of money. You know, so I don't know how y'all look at that. But without that, if y'all can help me just pay for my insurance, you know, help me out a little more. Now y'all want incentives, Mr. Holmes. That's the incentive, because I understand that the county pay for the insurance, anything over there to help those guys? They give them anything? They pay for the insurance. Are you familiar with that? Because you told me you get up on that bookwork and you are ready.
You might want to go check.
All right. I want to have an idea. If you've been searching around, I want to know, did y'all at least see that they about the insurance with the county?
I can't tell you. I do not believe the county
No, they
pays
don't. No, they
100%
don't.
of the insurance for their employees. They don't.
No, they just had
They have
insurance go to $1,100 last year, and they had to come back and do something.
I'm saying, but is it anything like that, y'all? You talk about the benefits of helping us out.
So Mr. Cobb.
Yes, sir, Mayor.
To save you, because you can talk all night like me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And Mr. Seymour didn't want to talk, but I think one of the things, it brings up the point that in order to make a decision, the one thing you got to do is truly have the information sitting there, so there's not a quick Band-Aid that really does nothing for you. It's a real decision that moves forward. So I think the point is definitely there. And I also think the information that you just gave us in your conversation is critical to thought processes as you start to move forward, because you got to be, and I think Commissioner Jones brings up a good point. You got to be able to compare apples to apples at the end of the day. But I mean, I think it all works together. So it's not one of those snow jobs of saying, hey, to give you 29 cents, we don't want to give anybody 29 cents, a 50 cent jump. You know, I've been on that job before, and you don't want to be there. You want to be in a position where you get something that's sustainable. You know, I've been on a job with a law degree, made $11.63 an hour, and it's a joke. And I think at the end of the day, we got to make sure that we put ourselves in a position where the budget is good, but also that the people are good.
Right.
And so it may not be what St. Augustine can do, because we're not St. Augustine, but it may be the best that Palatka can do, which I think at the end of the day, everybody will appreciate.
Right.
And so let us take this information tonight. We want to let everybody talk. So we're going to let you sit down so we get out of here by 10 o'clock. And,
I understand.
but in all seriousness, I appreciate your candor, because it gives a reality to what's there. And I think that's the piece, you know, whether it's you or it's Mr. West or Mr. Seymour, anybody coming up here, that information is critical, because a lot of decisions are made without that information, assuming that certain things are what they are. And then a lot of other information is missed, because in most cities, the commission never gets a chance to talk to staff, because because of how your chart is set up. The city manager has the ability to kind of determine whether or not you get direct contact with staff in some ways. And I think because we're in a small community, it allows us to be able to have those conversations and gain the information necessary for us to start to do something that makes sense and not just talk about it. And so that's kind of where we are. And I definitely want to continue the conversation so that we get all the information and kind of move forward. You got something else, Mr. West?
No personal, it's no personal feelings, brother.
No, man, not at all. Absolutely not.
Only thing.
Other than the fact you got a gator hat on, we're good.
Well, Mr. Holmes brought up,
Your raise.
he brought up the 1 day a week. That's good for the laborers. But me as a driver, I drive a front loader. So I work 6 days a week. So every other week I work 6 days a week. So I would like a pay increase, and for y'all to think about that, because like Monday, while y'all gonna be at home sleep, I'm gonna be at work. I got to come to work. I got to clock in every holiday and come run the front loader. 6 days a week, we got to pick up these routes. So the day rate and 1 day a week pickup, the 1 day a week pickup sound good. That's for the garbage guys on that end. But what about like the front loader drivers like me, who have to come in and make a lot of sacrifices? Not all of them, because everybody makes sacrifices. But we make a lot of sacrifices. We make big sacrifices coming in 2 o'clock in the morning. Right now we down 1 truck. So the driver coming in at 1:30 in the morning. So we could share a truck.
Y'all sharing truck.
We sharing a truck, which is also, doing other things, as in putting people license on the line. When you have to go out there and try and fight with traffic at 10, 11, 12 o'clock in the afternoon and trying to back up, and you got cars coming behind you, overfilled cans, trash dumping on the top of your truck. It's all that kind of stuff what makes you say, you know what, I need more money. I need more money to do this. I got to climb on the top of the truck to get this stuff out. I need more money to do this. I got to get up early in the morning. I need more money for this. I'm not getting paid enough to wake up 2 o'clock in the morning. So that's all it boils down to.
All right, Mr. Chandler.
Good evening, everyone. First thing I'd like to say, address the whole city of Palatka. Everybody wants more. And I agree with them 100%. Everybody comes here, do their job safe, efficient, try to be effective, do the best you can be. And I will say, every last one of these guys in the sanitation department, they are truly dedicated to this job, with the pay that they're making. I'm out there with them every single day. I'm gonna stay out there with them every single day, because these are my guys. I would do anything in the world for them. I tell them that all the time. That's why I'm always out there with them. No matter whether we short staff, I got to get on the back. I've done it all the time. That's who I am. That's who I will continue to be. And I've got full support of all this staff. And I'm truly hoping and wishing that bigger and better things can happen for all of us. Financially first. Because everyone needs it. That's just the fact of the matter. And like I say, it's just a lot that goes on that, maybe a lot of people don't know. Hey, some of these guys, we've had people go from truck to truck. That's just it. But like I say, everybody here works hard. All of these departments, everybody deserves it. That's the honest truth. And I thank y'all for everything that y'all do each and every day, because y'all have a tough job too. Decisions have to be made on a daily basis. Somebody has to make them. Some people might be happy, some people might not. But things have to go on every single day. But I truly do. I really do thank every individual in here, and whoever's else not here, all of the hard work that you put in each and every day. Sometimes, hey, we spend more time together, during the day than we with our own family. So like I say, again, I can't thank you much. And like I say, y'all guys know I'm with you all the way. And that's who I am. And that's who I will continue to be. Thank you so much.
My name is Jermaine Douglas. I live at 127 Crestwood. I've been here for 10 years. I started on back of a garbage truck. The city of Palatka gave me opportunity to get my Class A CDLs, and I jumped on it. And I done drove a truck. I done been on back of a truck. I done worked in the water department. I done helped the fire department out when we need it. We got to be together, y'all. And that's what we coming to ask y'all for. We just want y'all to look somewhere and just try to find something for us, because we do need help. I mean, unfortunately, the work in all these departments and get trained to do all this, I can go somewhere else and make more money. But y'all, I love my city. I love Palatka, and I'm not going nowhere. And I just do what you can. That's all we actually do. All right.
Anybody else? Anybody else? New man.
He's new. He's new.
He's a young man.
I just want y'all to think about something, right?
Give me your name so everybody know your
Todd
name.
Glover. Todd Glover, level 302 pounds.
Tell him, Mr. Glover.
Walmart greeters check receipts and say hey to people to make the same $11 an hour I make. I do 2 routes some days. We walk from Riverfront to Sugar Hill on foot for the same $11. You think that's fair?
Anybody else? Chief Shaw.
He didn't say much, but
You
those
don't have to
words
say
were
much.
very
Listen.
powerful.
It's deep point. Mr. Ladd.
Good evening. I sit down there every day. I listen to these guys come in, and it's wrong. The underlying of it, all of it is, these guys don't make enough money. I've rode the trucks. I've drove the trucks. It's wrong. Devil's advocate, what if they walk off tomorrow? We're not going to serve our citizens. Thank you.
You got to clap for that. So, Commission, you've heard the comments. And these comments are real. And I'll reiterate no differently than Mr. Glover did. I said it earlier. High school kids are making what our men are making as their starting salaries. And, regardless of, I think we tried a couple years ago to make sure we instituted a livable wage. It wasn't livable. It was better than before, but it's still not where we are. The prices to live, the prices of rent, the prices, everything's going up. And we got to be conscious, because at the end of the day, we've heard from about 10 men from all different walks of life. And there's probably 100 more that work for us who can have the same conversation. And so the question now becomes, what do we do with the information that we have? Here, there's a lot more information to get, but there's a lot of information that's here that's present and real. And so I don't want to just sit and make another knee-jerk reaction and give them something that'll sustain for a minute when we need to make sure we get on track. And so I'll defer to the commissioners for comments at this time.
I challenge the city manager, special projects manager, to find money to make those raises possible. And we need to do it as quickly as possible. We've heard people saying that they don't have money to last them to the next pay period. And it is right. It is wrong. We have a manager almost to tears. We can't do that. We shit so shallow that we talk about buildings and expanding things that are material. We got to talk about people. These people serve people. And I feel that I want to challenge you, or actually not challenge you. I want to actually, at this point, make a motion that we
It's a discussion item. It's a discussion item.
I was a discussion item. Well, again, discussion and again,
Just get
the
direction.
challenge is actually to city
I hear
manager,
you.
which I know he's doing because he's always working on it. And the special projects manager to find ways that we're gonna achieve and accomplish the goal of giving you guys more money. And sooner rather than later. That's my comment.
I can tell you guys, I'm sorry, I am in tears in here because number one, to see you guys in here and knowing that you can be doing anything in life, but just the idea of having a job and getting up and going to work and doing that speaks volumes about you guys. And to come in here, I've been on this commission for 5 years, and this is the most valuable meeting that I've ever attended. I am so proud of you guys for coming in here. I thank you guys, and I'm on board with you, Commissioner Jones. We gotta move now. We have to make a decision now. And city manager, I accept that challenge also. I challenge you to see what we can do for these guys. We thank you guys, and this means a lot to me. It means a lot to me, and I hope that we can do something to improve the quality of your lives.
And my sentiments are the same, and it's no different than when I first came in 2015. Again, my whole concern was dealing with the improving the quality of life for the people who serve this city. In that, requested the pay structure for all our staff, and I still have that CD in my possession at home, and reflect back on it from time to time. But since that period, we have made some incremental improvements. Like the mayor said, we did what we thought we could do with the little that we have. Again, we got to figure out where the funds will come from. And you can best believe that I'm going to do everything in my power to help improve the quality of life for the people who make things happen on a day-to-day basis. Especially some of the jobs that our guys do, and they do it day in and day out. So we need to do what is right for our staff, and we need to do it quick.
I would say we depend on them, and now they're depending on us to do the right thing. I know, I took a picture the other day of Mr. Ed running from my yard to my neighbor's yard. I stopped and talked to Jermaine and told him thank you, because I know some of the sacrifices. I know those who are on my route, they stopped last week and one of my neighbors fed them. Our citizens are doing their part. We as a commission, we have to do our part. And I stand with the rest of this commission and making sure that we do what we can to make something happen expeditiously. Because if we need them, guess what they do? They come expeditiously. And again, we made the commitment. This is something that is not new. This is something that we brought to the forefront. Every conversation that I've had with those who work in sanitation or abroad, I've brought it back to Mr. Holmes. And I'm happy that this was brought up on tonight. And again, we have to do something as expeditiously as possible. I know it's going to require some work from our finance team and our city manager. But again, I know there's something that we can do, and we have a duty to make sure that it's done.
It's not a new conversation. We had it a few years ago. Been having it since I got elected, and this commission's been hearing a lot of it. You know, everybody talks about how poor our communities are, but our communities are poor because we don't pay them. It's a lot of money going around this country, and it's a whole bunch of folks who aren't working, and they're sizing up who the biggest bidder is going to be. And you can throw as much money as you want at somebody for a temporary fix, but it doesn't buy you what you got in this room, which is loyalty. And so I think at the end of the day, as we start to search out solutions, what we heard tonight is what you need at the table. So I would suggest to you, Mr. Holmes, to staff as we move forward, that we create a task force of people with representatives from each department, so that when we start to look at solutions, we realize that the solution for wastewater may not be the same solution in totality for streets or for sanitation or even for law enforcement. And we began to get a better understanding, I think overall, of what works for each department, because, I think tonight was really informational for me. And I sit and I go to a lot quite a bit, but we get lost in, I've gotten lost in the past in whether you go back to the old day rate or you go back to the hourly rate and what really benefits somebody. And I've gotten mixed conversations about it along the way. But at the end of the day, if the rate isn't right, it doesn't matter because it's still not sustaining. The salary survey is going to help us, I think, ultimately. But we also, it was interesting, Mr. Griffith and I got a chance to talk right before the meeting, and he was receiving phone calls, and so he's had governmental entities start sending him additional information about what they've done to address the same issue, because it's not just a Palatka issue. And so I think between salary surveys and communication with local or other organizations in the area, public and private, and really starting to put that stuff together, it creates the opportunity for us to do something that makes a difference. I don't think anybody in this room is lost on the fact that Palatka is not St. Augustine, Palatka is not Jacksonville, Palatka is not Daytona, but Palatka should set the tone for where we go. Just a few short years ago, we challenged every agency in this community to get to $15 an hour as their minimum wage and have 11 at least be the floor. 11 has been our floor. Our goal as a commission was to make 14 our floor by providing basic skill sets that would last you a lifetime and benefit you. We got some folks who have basic skill sets that aren't making 14. CDL drivers are making way more than 14. Operators are making way more than 14, and we got to come up. And so I think the answer for us right now is to immediately get folks together, get a representative from each department who's going to come and speak up, no differently than Mr. West or Mr. Cobb, and, so that we can get a true understanding of what's going on. We need to not have a workshop, but we need to have another meeting with the commission involved, where we invite all of our staff in at one time, to where the only thing on the agenda is where do we go from here as far as pay and salaries, and this budget year that's coming up is. And so if we got to phase it in with lapse money from this year to make an immediate impact, and we got a budget for next year to get to where we need to be, the reality is in a few short years, we got to be there anyway. And so we can devise a plan which says to somebody, hey, we listened, we responded, this is where we are. Because I just had the same conversation not very long ago at the fire station. And while we say there's a difference between the two, men are men, women are women, families are family. And if you don't have enough money to pay your bills, it doesn't matter if you went to get your CDLs or you went to the academy. You need to be paid based upon your skill set and what you put into the job. And that's just a reality of it. And hopefully in this community, we can set the standard of what government starts to do with its workers. Now, we can't break the bank because we don't have the bank to break, but what we can do is we can do the most with the least. And that's it. And I think when that happens, you respect it. And if you don't, and you decide to elevate or do something different, we have to respect it. But I truly believe that everybody that sits up here on this dais right now is committed to doing the right thing. I don't think that's a joke, because I can promise you they would have been ready to go home an hour ago. But this commission has been sitting here attentively listening, and we don't want to just sit and talk to you about it, because listening, and I was on the job once and the guy says, I know y'all underpaid, but there's nothing we can do about it. I left. But if I know you're underpaid and I've got an opportunity to do something, then I need to do as much as I can. This commission needs to do as much as it can. City manager needs to do as much as he can. And so that's what we're gonna commit to doing, is doing as much as we can to make it right without creating a financial detriment on everything else that's going on. And so I think the next step is to schedule another meeting. And I think that's just a matter of setting it, and we may have to set it during the workday and get everybody in here an hour before time is, before they finish. I know some people work different hours, but I think if we're talking about your pay, you're gonna come anyway. But I think we set it where we can get the most participation in here, and we come back with some options that's gonna put us where we need to be. And so, again, I don't want anybody to be lost on it. The salary survey, the RFP goes out. The projected date on this thing for return is June 30th. Based on what's in place now, if it can be done faster, it can be done faster. But you can't, a long-term solution is gonna come with a little patience too. But it's a difference between being patient and knowing nothing's being done, and being patient and being a part of the process to get something done. That's why I think the suggestion is to have a representative from each department there so that they can report back as to what's being put in place along the way. And so I think ultimately it's up to, it's up to how you handle it from a day-to-day perspective. That's a decision you have to make. But I think the reality of it is this: we're urging that the participation be put in place so that staff is an integral part of what's happening. And I guess the commission can chime in on what my recommendation is and and I need feedback from y'all as to when we want to reconvene, because I don't want this to get lost in the shuffle and we sit and give our word that we're going to do something and it gets delayed and lost. We're getting ready for budget. You're doing budgeting next month, your first session. So it's almost June. So, we're getting ready to go and start to do our budgeting sessions where we talk about how we spend money for next year. And we need to spend money on people. I don't think it's shallow to try to give you a good workplace. I think we need to be able to give you a good workplace and put some money in your pocket. And so that's, and I think the funds are healthy enough to be able to do that, but we got to trim some fat. That's just the reality of what's there. And
Mayor,
we need to make it happen. Yes, sir.
I know that you said it quick, and I know we voted to not only do one meeting in June, but I think it would be advantageous for us to use that date that we said we would not meet in June initially, or pick some time close to that, so that we're able to at least keep this conversation in the forefront and provide these men and women with updates of some sort, so that they know we're working on their behalf as a whole to get this thing done.
I think that June meeting was canceled due to
people not being here,
primarily,
right? Because of people being unavailable. But I also think that,
Well, it doesn't have to be that date. Someday
Closer
early
to that.
in June, so that we're able to continue this.
my only fear,
Third week.
my only fear with having that meeting during that second week of June is the fact that if we don't get information back in 2 weeks, we're just meeting to be, we're meeting telling them nothing, which I think is worse than meeting to give you some information.
Well, you said that you wanted to meet with regards to all the employees. You said you wanted to have a meeting with that. So that's what I was referring to, not so much specifically for sanitation, but for the employees at whole that you stated. That's what I was making that reference to.
Right. I think the first meeting, if the task force is something that's amenable,
I'll
because it's
have-
something that you can do sooner than later, get them in here
Right.
within the next week and have your delegates identified. So,
I'll start that process tomorrow. I'll start that process tomorrow.
So we can, so what happens if you can share that, if you can share it with, I think share it with the commissioners who's on the task force. And even if necessary, have one commissioner delegate it. We can delegate a commissioner.
I'll ask each department head to assemble his department and let the department elect or select one person from the department, not necessarily the supervisor, one person from the department to appear on the task force.
I like that idea.
All right. And I mean, I think at the end of the day, if does the commission want to delegate someone for?
I think on the commission, since we'll be integral part of the voting piece of it or whatever, would that not the one?
I don't think that's a
So-
problem.
I don't think it will.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
For me personally, I would not want a representative from the commission to be a part of that board simply because we want them to be very candid and for them to have that relationship built with the city manager. And I think this is the opportune time because what they bring to us still will come to us. Well, what they talk about in those meetings will still definitely come to us. So I think this is an opportunity for us to stay the delegating body and allow the day-to-day operation type things to fall in that place. So I would make the recommendation that we do not have a representative from the commission to serve on that board or serve on that committee.
They can't get more candid than they are tonight.
I'm saying, but they were candid in front of all of us. They were candid in front of all of us. And I do believe that Commissioner Jones made the statement before that background as far as making sure that when information comes to us, it comes to us as a whole. So again, we don't want to make no commissioner as privy to any inside information that may come to us if we can avoid it. So again, we want to make sure that this is an opportunity for the staff and the staff as well as Attorney Holmes to build that camaraderie, to build that relationship that they so desperately need. And again, I don't feel that a commissioner should be represented on that task force.
Well, let me disclose in this meeting that I took part in the meeting with the city manager and the department heads when we came up with the solution of ideas of how to make this happen. So it is important.
Yes.
But
And I don't want to think that we're not available, they need to have us and be able to reach out to us, not saying that it's that barrier between them and us and not being able to reach out. Maybe, them knowing that we can come if we don't have a representative at the table.
Appreciate you, Commissioner Jones, for doing that. But if it's the sentiment of the commission for us not to be part of that meeting, I'll be fine. But
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. If you want to take part, I support you want to be a part of it. I mean,
Would you like minutes of the meetings distributed to all of you?
yeah, just do that. And we could just stay pristine, let it be city manager, staff, and they hash things out. The mayor asked for the task force to be put together. So let that task force go ahead and be put together and.
How about not minutes, but just sort of my summary of what was discussed? How's that?
That'll work.
Not necessarily attributable to any employee, no names.
Right.
Just a summary of what was discussed. How about that?
That'll work.
Are you guys abreast of what we all just discussed and agree with it? Okay.
I think a representative should be there, but I'll go with whatever the team says. And I
think
We just
what you
didn't have
also said
Commissioner
is that-
Jones.
That they know that we're available.
Right.
You know?
We're here for you guys, irregardless of whatever it may be. If you want to reach out to us, we don't necessarily have to be at the meeting. If you still need to be in the contact with the commission.
Well, if we have multiple meetings and you guys rotate attendance.
Let's do this. Let's have the first meeting. let's find out what the sentiment is of everyone who's at that first meeting with the city manager as to whether they want a representative from the commission there. We'll come back and reconvene
That'll work.
and go from there. And we'll revisit it at our next meeting as to whether we want to be at the table for that meeting. But I think it's critical that every phase of this decision-making process has someone there who is able to gather information and be able to come back and put it all in place without us just making a decision with little information. So we'll do that. We won't belabor the point tonight. It's almost 9 o'clock in Alabama.
Guys have to be on shift in a minute.
So,
But to Mayor, to Commissioner Campbell's point, I would like for us to put a date out that you guys are going to come back to us, because what happens is we've said things up here before and it never seems to come back around in a timely fashion. We got to put a timeline on you guys. And so I think that's our job to make that happen. So
it's gonna come out before the second meeting. I thought it was clear. We're gonna bring this back by the second meeting in January. Well, the only meeting in January. It meant in June. In June.
That's our only.
Wrong letter in the middle.
All right, we got it.
Hey, so by was that June 24th?
What did you say? What day?
June
That's June. I mean June 24th.
We can do that. If we get the ad in the paper on Saturday, statute requires 21 days for the response. We could get the response back by about June 21, and then give 30 days from there for them to get us the results. So that's putting you into July for results from the RF. You can select before then, but that's putting you into July for the salary survey. See what I'm saying? So RFP goes out if we advertise it on Saturday. They have 21 days to respond. We pick and select, and then they have 30 days to get us back the response time. Get us back the salary survey.
City manager, we have hired an HR professional. And being from HR, she's capable of doing a salary survey. She should be able to get one and turn around quicker than that. Are you, Ms. Jones? Would you be able to do that? All right. Yeah. It's not that difficult. It's not that difficult.
So let's.
Did y'all get my question? Are there still timelines and processes regardless of who gets the salary survey out?
What pieces do we have?
I don't think they've said yet.
What's
the question?
Let's put the RFP on the streets. And you can pick or not pick once you get it. Let's at least put the RFP on the street so we can see what the response is to it, what the cost is on it, and what we need to do. And we can vote it up or down. But I don't want to play with this.
Just, Mr. Mayor, I'm kind of confused. The date that you're asking for, is that for
The
the
dates-
manager to report about the task force, or the RFP and the results from that?
The date we're asking for is for our next meeting with staff to give all staff an opportunity to have a meeting.
All city staff.
All city staff to come together, have a meeting. Let's commence that meeting at 3 o'clock that day, which means everybody's got to make some sacrifice. It gives you enough time to kind of adjust this to summer.
We'll do it.
We have more
And so,
flexibility during the summer. We have more flexibility during the summer, am I right?
they're gonna convene he's gonna start getting his task force stuff together
Tomorrow.
We'll at least get the names within the next 7 days. So and then get together for your first preliminary meeting. So, there we go. Is that good for the commission?
So the date.
I'm good.
I'm sorry, the date, I apologize.
24th.
6/24 is
For
the
the
date
meeting.
of the meeting with all staff.
All staff, that'll be our commission meeting. Our 6/24 commission meeting will address this issue.
If we're gonna have all staff, Mr. Mayor, do you want to try to do the meeting here, or you want to try to do it at Price Martin?
We may need to find another location besides the Price Martin.
you can declare that you're gonna meet at price
No
margin.
different than what we did for swearing in.
Mayor, well, if we're gonna invite all the staff, we talking, 100 and something people,
50 or so.
150. What we wanna like maybe consider, the county or the, CeeLo Auditorium, maybe.
Let's see what the school board let us know.
Okay. All right.
Let's show the school board. And it'll work. You're gonna get 150 people there. Let's try it. Anything else before the commission? Closing comments, Commissioner McCaskill.
No additional comments. Thank you, Mayor. Just
Commissioner
again, thank
Boyle.
you guys for coming in tonight.
No additional comments. I mean, I think we had some really good discussion here tonight, dealing with a number of issues at hand. And again, I want to appreciate the our employees for coming in and voicing their opinions, their concerns. And I'd like to thank the staff for the time that they put in to help address the issues that we are currently dealing with right now. Also, I want to congratulate Commissioner McCaskill on her recent graduation on her specialized degree, in which this is just one of them, and she's still working on her additional advanced degree, and she was doing those simultaneously. So I want to really commend her on that. And last but not least, we've had some violence over in our community over the past several days or what have you. So we've had some families who's grieving. So I want to express my deepest condolence to the McCaskill family, as well as the Brunson family. Deepest sympathy, and I hope that God grants you the strength and comfort you need in these difficult times. So that's what I have, and just continue sending prayers to the community.
Commissioner Campbell. Commissioner Jones, no comments.
Mr. Mayor, could I just recognize one more person from the educational accomplishment field? Ms. Jones walked the stage and received her Master's of Business Administration diploma on Friday. Master's of Business Administration.
We were actually there together and didn't even realize it, so.
That's working right there. Adding value. The cost of education is minuscule in comparison to.
In all seriousness, violence in this community is concerning. Murder in this community is extremely concerning. There's been too many times that we've had to address it. There's too many times families have to be consoled. And you get a call about a murder and you realize it's your cousin. It's crazy. But I think at the end of the day, we're just at a point where we gotta look at this community as a whole, and we've got to talk to our citizens, and we've just got to. People look to us for comfort, look to us for assurances that it's safe. Chief has a difficult job when you're dealing with these situations because everybody's looking for him to solve those murders in a matter of seconds. And they're looking for reassurances, and we've got to make sure that we continually engage our citizens and that we get their help, because the police can't resolve these issues without knowing. Some of them you can't prevent because you would never know. But we've got to be able to engage our citizens, because those who have information need to be a part of the team that says we won't condone killing of one another in our communities. We won't condone the violence. We won't condone the drugs. We won't condone the bad behavior. And that's a community coming together. And that's what we have to do, no differently than we address some of these issues that are out here today, because they all have a role to play in how we move forward and how we become better. That's just where we are. And I think that, we pray for all the bereaved families, but I think more than anything else, we got to pray for Palatka. And we've got to pray that our citizens begin to be a part of the voice that says no more killing, no more shooting, no more violence. And while we're all experiencing this pandemic, we've got to make sure that we all look after our own communities, that we all police our own neighborhoods, that we police our friends and everybody else, because we're finding just too much senseless death throughout this country, and it's becoming the norm, and that's bad. We're moving this community forward. We get good news about new businesses coming in. We got information about a new apartment complex coming in last week, but it's overshadowed by death. That's not what Palatka is. It's not what Palatka will continue to be. But we've got to make sure that we reinvest in our young people. We got to make sure that we invest the same way in our staff and in our citizens, and that we consciously create outlets that will allow people to be able to communicate, will allow young folks to be able to develop, and allow older citizens to be able to share wisdom. And so with all that being said, this has been a very spirited and informative meeting. And we want to come back here within the next 30 days so that we can continually move the community forward. If we have anything else on the agenda, our second readings for the zoning and the annexation stuff that we have in place, I believe we're going to have a special call to address some issues during the CRA meeting, prior to the CRA meeting. If that's the case, then let's go ahead and put those second readings on there so we can knock those out. And we won't have to delay anyone's annexation while we start to address.
There's a bid award we need to have on that meeting, sir.
Right. So if that's the case, then let's go ahead and make sure we address those things. It shouldn't take long. And that way we would have done our housekeeping before we move forward. With that said, time is 10:05 and we're adjourned.